Zeph holds a slim lead in the long-term head-to-head with a 52% win rate over his opponent. You know, it's a tight historical battle, but Zeph is really desperate for a breakthrough after his recent struggles. Let's see if he can actually keep this momentum. Zeth is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. He's definitely looking to build on that dominant 13-2 result from their last meeting. The tide has completely shifted. Omnic was trailing, but he's just leveled this match perfectly. Zeth really capitalized on that elevation, securing the high ground to hold a narrow lead. He's fighting hard to overcome that recent 7-game skid. Zeth's just cruising now with a comfortable 4-2 lead. Exactly where you'd expect the higher rated player to be. Omnic played that ramp position perfectly, and now we've got ourselves a real nail biter. Omnic has been having a tough day with a 13-23 record over the last 24 hours. It's a bit of a struggle for him to find some stability, especially since he was the slight favorite heading into this. Zeph is really capitalizing on that lack of confidence right now. Zeth puts an end to that rally, picking Omnic clean right off the container. It's a different story today compared to that lopsided match they had previously. Zeth is simply too fast right now, taking total control as we approach the break. Zeth is heading into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, this is quite a turnaround for him given that losing streak he's on. He's looked much sharper than the slight pre-match favorite in this opening half. Time for Omnic to wake up. Omnic closed one back, but Zeth still leads 8-5. The ladder rankings are almost identical for these two, so this is purely a battle of will. Zeth is rolling now, pushing his lead to 9-5. A quick response there to keep the lead safe. Zeth is starting to look a bit shaky here, letting Omnic take a few more rounds to keep the game competitive. A decent look for a guy sitting at 31st in our rating. Zeth is pulling away, extending that gap to 10-6. He's outplaying the odds after that earlier collapse to Lancer. Omnic is closing the gap now, trailing 7-10. He's definitely feeling the pressure of those losses to Lancer earlier. Zef is putting on some serious pressure here, moving himself within striking distance of a finish. That was an incredibly quick exchange. Zeth can't seem to even pull ahead by more than a few rounds right now. Omnic keeps fighting back. He's fighting back through a tough patch of form lately. He's really digging deep here, securing another win from the ramp to keep this comeback alive. Unreal. That is a total reversal of momentum as the comeback continues. The air is absolutely electric right now. A huge stop for Zeth, putting him just one round away from victory. The pressure is clearly getting to Omnic after a rough 24 hours. He's simply refusing to go down, staying alive in the fight when everything is on the line. Boom! Zeth shuts the door with a perfect shot to close out the series. That's exactly the confidence boost he needed after that brutal stretch of losses. He really dug deep to pull this one out. What a fight! Ignis holds a tight lead in the lifetime head-to-head with 46 wins over Zeth. The pressure is mounting because Zeth has been historically outplayed in their last 5 meetings. We'll see if that pattern holds here. Zeth is simply dominating this early lead at 2-0. He's really proving the analysts right today. Unbelievable. He just completely outclassed his opponent to extend the lead. What a scrap. Ignis refuses to go down easy, barely clinging to life to secure that round. The underdog is finally starting to make his presence felt. Zeth is just too fast for him, picking Ignis right off the wine box to stay in control. Zeth is putting that recent victory over Omnic to good use. He's finding his footing and managing to chip away at the deficit. It's a bit surprising to see the favorite struggling for consistency. Zeth is just too efficient right now, utilizing that window perch to keep the lead comfortable. Ignis manages to scramble back into the action from the ramp, showing some real grit here. He's starting to close the gap from the start of the match. Ignis is coming off a very strong 70% success rate in his last 10 games, but the momentum has completely shifted to the underdog. It will take a serious change in positioning for him to overcome the deficit Zeth has built. Zeth still holds a commanding 3-round cushion. Zeth has definitely been the more imposing force in this specific meeting. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the favorite is really feeling the heat right now. We expected a lot more from Ignis, but Zeth is playing the role of the spoiler perfectly so far. Fresh start for both players. He's showing some serious resolve now, taking a completely uncontested round to pull within one. He's definitely refusing to let the favorite run away with this. Total chaos from the ramp, but he wins that brawl to tie the series up at 7-all. Both of them are just refusing to budge at this point. Zeth handles the pressure perfectly, cutting him down from the ramp to reclaim the lead. He looks much sharper than those recent losses suggest. He's just punishing any attempt to push forward, picking off Ignis from that ramp for another win. His recent struggle in the last 10 games isn't showing at all. He shuts the door on any comeback, shutting down the challenge from the planks for a 3rd straight win. The rankings really didn't account for how different he'd look today. Zeth is simply too fast, crossing his sights and ending the duel in a blink. The gap is widening rapidly at this point. Zeth puts the pressure on and secures a massive lead, sitting just 1 round away from victory. The momentum is just far too strong right now. What a finish! Zeth closes out the series with a perfect final kill to seal the victory. He's finally shaken off those demons, and a total rewrite of the rivalry starts right here. Zeth looked completely untouchable. Ignis holds a significant advantage in the head-to-head history, winning 64% of their previous encounters. It's interesting to see Omnic start this one with an edge despite those historical numbers. Let's see if he can keep that pressure up. He's just completely taking over the early stages of this map. Just a shocking contrast to how the ratings look heading into this. A fast response there from Ignis to get back into this. The favorite finally shows some teeth after that shaky start. He manages to hold the high ground from the ramp, narrowing the gap. He's definitely proving why he entered as the top dog here. He's completely erased the early deficit, evening the score from the ramp. That's a complete shift in momentum after a strong start for Omnic. Omnic answers back immediately, snatching the advantage back to 4-3. A completely clean exchange there, and now we're back to a dead heat. It feels like a completely different match than we expected before the start. He's continuing this charge, reclaiming the lead with a second straight win. The higher seeded player is clearly finding his footing now. He's really firing on all cylinders now, completing a strong 3-round surge. He's looking much more comfortable than he did in the opening rounds. Another flawless exchange puts him in total control as we approach the break. Total shutdown as we head into the break. Ignis heads into the switch with an 8-4 lead. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as we thought it would. He looks way more composed on this map, and that 5-round run really solidified his hold on the series. Time for a total reset. He just simply outduels his opponent to extend that cushion to 5 rounds. It is essentially a total rout at this stage. He keeps the pressure high, securing another round to leave his opponent trailing. This level of dominance is exactly why we expected him to win. He's just too fast tonight, securing another one to keep the pressure on. Everything is starting to look like a cakewalk for the favorite. What an incredible display of skill. That 4th straight win puts him on the verge of victory. Unreal! He shuts the door with an absolute blast to seal the victory. A clinical way to close it out, especially after that early scare from Omnic. He just looked untouchable in the end. Omnic looks sharp early on, securing that first lead from the ramp. Zed has a historically strong edge here, winning over half of their head-to-head meetings. He's usually the one who comes out on top in this pairing. It'll be interesting to see if he can actually translate that dominance into a comeback. Omnic is really flexing those muscles with a 3-1 lead. He's reversing some bad luck after a tough match against Ignis. We're back to a deadlock. These two are trading blows every single round. Zeth is looking really strong after that 13-7 victory over Ignis earlier. Absolute chaos on the ramp, and Omnic barely scrapes through with a tiny sliver of health. A bit of a turnaround given his tough run lately. Omnic holds a thin lead now at 4-3. That's exactly the kind of form he's shown lately. Omnic is making the most of the high ground, picking Zeth up from the ramp to put a bit more distance between them. A much needed shift in momentum for a player who struggled lately. Omnic has been struggling today with a 12-24 record across his matches. But he's completely flipped the script in this specific series. He's showing a lot more resilience than we've seen from him over the last few hours. Zeth manages to hold his ground from the ramp, keeping his hopes alive in this series. He's certainly showing why he's seen as the more experienced fighter. Omnic is making a huge push here, quickly picking Zeth off the boxes to widen the gap. Quite a shift for someone currently sitting at 31st in the rankings. Omnic takes an 8-4 lead into the break. And honestly, this is a surprising turn of events. Zeth usually controls the pace in their head-to-head matchups, but he looks completely outclassed right now. Zeth answers back from the ramp, making things just a little more interesting for this matchup. Zeth really seems to be playing his best game of the session. Both players traded heavy damage in that exchange, but he manages to secure the final blow. A clean follow-up as he claws back into the series. Omnic just shuts that down quickly, taking Zeth off the ramp to keep his lead comfortable. A decisive stop there to keep the gap manageable. Omnic is comfortably in control with a 10-7 advantage. Really surprising considering he's been in a bit of a slump today. Unbelievable. He barely survives that exchange from the ramp, clinging to a tiny bit of life to keep his hopes alive. A complete nail-biter, just a handful of health left. Omnic is quickly cleaning up the pace here, putting an end to Zeth's attempt to hold that ramp. Zeth is definitely feeling the weight of that earlier defeat to Lancer. He shuts that comeback attempt down instantly, putting himself just one round away from victory. Zeth finds a fast answer here, preventing a quick finish to the match. Zeth continues to fight through his current slump in the rankings. He's refusing to go down easily, putting together another strong sequence. The pressure is really mounting on the favorite right now. Unbelievable finish. He secures the match with a final burst to bring home the victory. He really put the pressure on, finally breaking through Zeth's defenses when it mattered most. Truly an impressive showing. What a fight. Zeth just took the opening lead, which really helps him since the two players are deadlocked with an all-time head-to-head record of 46-46. It's a tight rivalry, but the momentum is shifting back to the man who won their most recent meeting. Ignis clawed back and now holds a slim lead. He's fighting hard against the pre-match expectations today. He's just on fire right now, securing another fast win to really take control here. The underdog is really stepping up to the plate. Unreal speed on that shot. He's just completely taking over this game. The favorite status is becoming a real question mark here. Absolute cruise control now as he keeps this run going to a huge 5-round lead. Zeth is really feeling that rough patch from his last 10 games. Zeth answers back quickly, a sharp reaction to get his first win of the set. Ignis is showing a lot of confidence right now, with a 70% win rate over his last 10 games, and honestly, that seems to be erasing any memory of his recent struggle in the league. He's looking like the much stronger player today. Zeth stays aggressive, securing another quick victory to narrow the gap. He's quickly closing that gap. He's simply refusing to back down, digging in deeper to keep the heat on Ignis. His composure is returning as the pressure mounts. We're all squared up at 6-6, and honestly things are playing out exactly how the ranking suggested. Neither man is giving an inch in this map, but that 5-round surge earlier showed exactly why Ignis entered this as the time to see who blinks first. Zeth is refusing to fade away, producing a perfect burst to take a narrow lead. The momentum looks entirely correct for the favorite right now. A brutal exchange of fire, but Zeth outlasts him to double up on his latest run. The gap in the ladder is starting to feel very real. Zeth maintains a 1-round edge as we hit 15. It's a surprising shift given how Zeth started the afternoon. And we are deadlocked again. 8-8 total deadlock. Exactly where he wants to be right now. He walks away untouched from that encounter, extending his run to 3 straight. Hard to imagine Zeth was the preferred pick coming into this. What a turnaround! He completely halts the momentum and looks untouchable now with 4 straight wins. What a fight! Ignis survives a chaotic scramble to seize all the momentum with 5 straight. He nearly ran out of time on that last burst. Zeth just refused to let the door close, shutting down that run in an instant. He's certainly showing why he was the pick to win this. He's absolutely locked in, walking away from that duel without a scratch to keep this comeback rolling. He's really finding his timing as the score draws closer. He's simply too strong right now, grinding out another high-pressure win to pull this at dead heat. A huge mental test for the underdog in this situation. A clean shot there to reclaim the lead, and now he's just 1 away from the victory. The pressure is absolutely mounting on Zeth now. He survived the duel and forces the issue. We are headed to overtime. A total reset going into the sudden death phase. Both players are trading rounds rapidly now, and neither is letting the other get a foot in the door. The higher ranked man is really digging in to close this out. He's just far too quick right now, giving Zeth practically no room to breathe. A tough spot for the man who's sitting lower on the ladder. What a response! He completely shut that door and stays firmly in this fight. The experience of the favorite is clearly showing in overtime. He digs in deep and manages to secure this high-stakes point. The gap in their rankings is finally starting to tell. Zeth is refusing to crack, keeping his hopes alive with a swift reaction. A much cleaner look for the underdog to keep pace. Zeth is completely unstoppable right now, quickly leveling the series to 15-15. Ignis edges ahead, putting Zeth on the defensive. Zeth levels it back up. We are tied at 16. Ignis takes a gripping lead at 17-16. Pure resilience from a guy fighting uphill all day. Zeth strikes back, bringing this Heartstopper to 17-17. A huge momentum shift as the board completely resets. Ignis grabs the edge again, moving ahead 18-17. Ignis pulls even further ahead, now leading 19-17. He's finally managed to break that deadlock in their head-to-head. Zeth fought like a demon in overtime, but he just couldn't close the door. What a fight! Ignis holds a substantial 64% win rate in their head-to-head history. Well, that's why he entered this as the clear favorite despite the slow start. We'll see if he can lean on that long-term experience to close this gap. Omnic's taking a surprising lead with a 2-1 edge. He's coming off an incredibly sharp 19-17 victory over Zeth. What a fight! Ignis manages to outlast him from the ramp to even things up. He's really scraping by with those narrow escapes. Omnic pulls ahead again, putting him firmly in control. The ranking difference isn't showing up at all so far. Omnic is just dominating right now, leading 4-2. That's a strong look for someone sitting at rank 31. Unbelievable. Both players were shredded in that trade, but Ignis somehow claws his way out with a sliver of health. Omnic's current form is actually quite rare for him, as he's traditionally only won about 37% of his all-time games. It's impressive to see him fight off his historical disadvantage so effectively. He's really putting the pressure on Ignis right now. Omnic is really cruising now, holding a comfortable 6-4 lead. Ignis is starting to make his move, and the momentum is swinging back his way just before the halfway point. He's certainly not letting this slip away easily. Omnic takes a surprising 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's fighting way above his rank right now. Ignis is still the stronger player on paper, but he's clearly struggling to keep up. Time to see if Ignis wakes up. Ignis claws back to 6, trailing by just 1. The 1916 day he's having is starting to show. Omnic extends his lead to 8-6 as he keeps charging. That was a lightning-fast encounter. Omnic is putting together a really scary run here, just refusing to let Ignis get any momentum back. He's staying stubborn, digging in to keep this game within reach. He's showing that top-tier skill set we expected from him. He's looking scary from the ramp, cutting into that lead and showing some real grit. He's starting to look far more composed. Omnic just keeps pushing, now leading 10-8. He's certainly not mirroring the disaster of that earlier 4-13 defeat. Omnic is really starting to put some distance between himself and Ignis here. A huge contrast to their 13-4 meeting on Blame map. A perfectly clean sequence by Ignis, who is refusing to let this match slip away. The experience of a top 20 player is starting to show. Both players swapped heavy damage, but Omnic just barely outlasted him to reach the final threshold. Absolutely wild! He barely survives a brutal trade to close out the series. A total reversal from that blowout they had earlier today. He really stepped up and proved he can hang with the best. What a fight! Omnic is entering this match with a lot of confidence after his most recent victory over Zeth. It's a big shift from their historical dynamic, where Zeth has generally held the upper hand. I wonder if Omnic has finally figured out the right way to approach this rivalry. Zeth grabs the lead with a solid 2-1 cushion. The numbers for these two on this map are nearly identical. Zeth is completely taking over this map, strolling to a third straight victory. A wild trade of damage there, but he manages to claw his way out on top. Coming off a tough stretch today with that 13-23 record. Omnic just took complete control of the series, knocking Zeth right off that box. The underdog is starting to look very comfortable in this set. Zeth manages to shut down that high ground attempt and keeps himself in the driver's seat. He's trying to pull back to that overall head-to-head lead. We're all squared up at 4 apiece now. It's interesting to see him hold his own since that match on Redline. What a battle! He barely makes it out alive after that chaotic exchange, reclaiming a 1-round advantage. Omnic keeps the pace high, effortlessly dropping the other player off that box. A blistering burst of speed secures another victory, leaving him firmly in charge. Omnic holds an 8-4 lead heading into the break. He's certainly validating his status as the slight favorite here. We'll see if Zeth can recover after that 5-round slide. Zeth needs to wake up now. Omnic has a total of 395 wins against Zeth over their history. It's clear he's finally tipping the scales in his favor. He's simply outplaying his opponent in this specific set. Another fast react from the high ground, and he's just relentless right now. Zeth finally answers back and brings the score to 11-5. A battle of the bottom half of the bracket, truly. Zeth is starting to claw his way back into the game here, showing some serious poise to take 2 in a row. Omnic is just 1 round away from victory after clearing Zeth off that box. The momentum shift has been pretty absolute tonight. Zeth keeps the fight alive with a perfectly timed snap onto that box. A much cleaner look on that second attempt. He delivers another fast kill, refusing to let the match end just yet. Zeth is really digging in his heels to avoid the sweep. He's staying red hot with a 3rd straight win, refusing to let the series end. Unreal! Omnic closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. Zeth really pushed him to the brink there, but he just couldn't find that last gear. He had to fight for every inch of ground in that one hard-fought win. Ignis enters this series with an edge in their head-to-head record, winning 51% of their matchups. And that dominance has been even more pronounced lately with a long string of wins against Zeth. It'll be interesting to see if Zeth can break that cycle today. Zeth holds a slim lead heading into round 3. He's playing with a lot more confidence than his recent form suggests. Zeth finds the target on the ramp to secure his 3rd straight win. He's clearly feeling the effects of that recent 17-19 loss. Ignis answers back immediately to narrow the gap. He's proving a bit more resilient than his recent form indicated. Zeth is just dominating, sitting pretty at 4. Surprisingly, he entered the match as the slight favorite. Zeth is just too fast right now, picking Ignis right off that ramp. A completely flipped script compared to those first 5 meetings. Zeth is on fire, cleaning up the fight to snatch that 3rd straight round. A stark difference from those 3 loss streaks we saw from him recently. Both of them were trading heavy damage in a frantic firefight, but he comes out on top to keep this streak alive. A hard-fought exchange, but he survives with just 30 health. Ignis puts a stop to the momentum with a crisp headshot. Still quite a bit of ground for him to make up. Zeth is playing the role of the underdog perfectly, putting up a fierce fight despite being outside the top 30 on the ladder. I mean, looking at the rating gap between them, you really have to admire how he's dictating the tempo. He's definitely making Ignis earn every single round today. Zeth takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, he's absolutely defying the odds right now. Ignis usually looks unstoppable in this specific pairing, but he's just not keeping up today. Zeth is practically untouchable with a massive 9-4 cushion. Zeth has really been fighting an uphill battle today. Zeth was way too quick there, knocking Ignis right off the box to keep the pressure on. He's certainly making the most of his current form. Ignis cleans him right off the ramp, keeping Zeth from pulling further away. He's certainly battling back after that 17-19 loss on Orange. Zeth is really putting on a show here, effortlessly picking Ignis off that high ground. And just like that, he shuts the door on any hope of a comeback with a sharp shot from the ramp. What a cold-blooded way to close out the game. Ignis is staying in the fight with an incredibly fast reaction to clear that round. Unbelievable. Zeth puts on one last show from the ramp to secure the win. An incredible turnaround for Zeth, who completely broke a long losing skid against his rival in this one. Ignis has been the much stronger player in their history, taking over 60% of their encounters. It makes sense that the favorite got off to a quick start. We'll see if Omnic can shake off that early depth. Omnic is suddenly surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. A very clean start for the underdog. A very quick trade of momentum here. We're right back to a dead heat. He's certainly holding the line given those rankings. Ignis claws back to lead 3-2 in a nail-biter. He's looking steady after a rough stretch against Zeth earlier. And just like that, Omnic levels the playing field. He's certainly proving that his recent run of form is genuine. These exchanges are getting faster and faster. Both players are practically teleporting into each other's sights. What an absolute brawl! He barely scrapes through that exchange to tie things up. The momentum has shifted since that last game they played together. Ignis just edges ahead, gripping an arrow 5-4 lead. He's really battling to shake off those recent losses. Omnic has really struggled on this map in the past with a win rate around 36%. It's a bit surprising to see him keep this close given how he usually plays here. He'll need to find a way to stop this run before Ignis pulls away completely. Ignis holds a 7-5 advantage heading into the break, and honestly, everything is going according to plan so far. He's utilizing that historical edge in their head-to-head matchups to keep the pressure on Omnic. Let's see how Omnic handles the switch. A lightning-fast reaction there, and he's showing some real grit to stay in this match. The underdog is refusing to go away. Ignis is still comfortably in control at 8-6. Unreal. He barely survives that brutal exchange with a sliver of health left. A strong showing for someone who struggled in their last couple of games. He's absolutely shutting everything down, walking away from this encounter without taking a single hit. He's absolutely on fire right now, putting together a 4-round streak to put the pressure on. He's really asserting his dominance as the favorite in this match. He's simply unstoppable right now, moving one step closer to closing this out. A total blowout of a closing stretch. He manages to disrupt the flow and puts a stop to the momentum here. Absolute precision to finish it off. Ignis secures the victory with a perfect final blow. Omnic put up a decent fight early on, but he just couldn't find an answer for that clinical run of rounds in the second half. Zeth holds a healthy lead in their head-to-head history with over 400 total round wins. He's definitely looking to extend that historical advantage now that he has the early momentum. It will be a tough climb for Omnic to shut him down. Zeth is cruising right now with a 2-1 advantage. He's definitely looking to push a result after that tough loss to Ignis. Omnic is turning the tide here, quickly erasing Zeth's early advantage to level things up. Zeth just keeps pulling ahead, leading the way 3-2. The favorite is definitely feeling the pressure on his side of the map. Omnic fights back to tie it up at 3-all. It's an interesting clash between two of our lower rated contenders. It's becoming a real back and forth affair here with neither player able to hold a lead for more than one round. Tied at 4, we've got a total deadlock now. It's a tight battle between two of our lower rated competitors. Zeth sneaks ahead again, holding a narrow 5-4 lead. That was a lightning-fast exchange. Omnic is currently sitting at a 13-23 record over the last day. It's clear he's struggling to maintain consistency today. It's making this uphill battle against Zeth feel even steeper as the round count climbs. Zeth edges ahead again, pushing his lead to 6-5. It's a real battle between these two near the bottom of the ladder. Zeth takes the 7-5 lead into the break. Well, it's almost exactly what we expected to see from a neutral matchup. He's utilizing his better map win rate to keep a slim grip on the series. Omnic needs to wake up now. Zeth is really pulling away now, sitting comfortably at 8-5. Looking to bounce back from that nail-biter loss to Ignis earlier. Zeth's dominating now, extending his lead to 9-5. He is really putting on the pressure now. Another clean win for Zeth, who is completely taking over the match right now. It's proving difficult for the favorite to find a way back. Omnic responds quickly with a total shutdown, slowing down the momentum. The gap in their rankings is practically non-existent. Zeth is really cruising now, clinging to a 10-7 cushion. Both of these players are firmly in the bottom third of the ratings. Zeth is really asserting himself here. He's quickly reclaiming control of the tempo after that brief push from Omnic. Zeth shuts this down immediately, moving himself to the very edge of victory. The pressure is clearly starting to weigh on the slight favorite. Omnic gets the jump on him to keep this game alive. That was a blink and you miss it encounter. And there it is! Zeth closes the door with a final perfect shot to secure the victory. He definitely proved he can outplay the higher seed when it counts. A great way to get some confidence back. Zeth is currently riding a high after their last matchup, where he managed a very convincing 13-6 victory over Ignis. He's definitely looking to build on that confidence to prove it wasn't a fluke today. Zeth is really taking advantage of that height on the ramp to keep the pressure on. Ignis usually manages to close this out, but not right now. Ignis is really quick on the trigger, catching Zeth while he was perched up on the ramp. The higher rated man is finally showing some teeth. Zeth is staring down a huge lead at 3-1. Really surprising to see the underdogs hold their ground here. Zeth is just dominating this set at 4-1. Their lifelong rivalry is a dead heat, yet he's the one pulling away. Zeth is simply on another level right now, not letting up for a second. The lower seed is completely taking control here. A fierce battle of height, but he manages to outduel Zeth from the ramp. Exactly what we'd expect from a matchup this close on the ladder. Zeth has a respectable win rate of 46% on this territory, and he's really leveraging that confidence today. It's making the climb back for Ignis look significantly steeper as the gap widens. He's simply untouchable right now, picking up another round to keep the streak alive. He managed to secure a win from the ramp, getting the round on his side just before the break. A solid way to shake off that previous loss from their last match. Zeth takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break, and he is completely defying the odds right now. I mean, Ignis is usually the one winning these, but he's just not finding any answers today. Time to see if Ignis can pivot. A really intense exchange right there, both of them fighting for the high ground before Ignis came out on top. He's definitely trying to close the gap after those early setbacks. Zeth keeps the momentum, holding a strong 9-5 advantage. His rank is slightly higher and he's starting to prove it. Zeth is making it look easy, reclaiming that ramp height to keep the pressure firmly on Ignis. A huge shift from their typical results over the last few minutes. Absolute chaos on the ramp, and Zeth survives by a sliver with just 14 health. Zeth just had to be precise there to avoid the disaster. Ignis is refusing to go quietly, finally putting some pressure back on Zeth after that narrow escape. A crucial moment for him to stay in the running. What a scrap! Both players were desperately trading damage, but he managed to claw out a victory from the brink. Still showing plenty of composure despite that low health. Unbelievable! Zeth closes this out with a final burst of fire to secure the victory. He's really keeping the momentum going today, proving that he can consistently outplay one of the toughest opponents in the field. Ignis has historically dominated this matchup with a 64% win rate, and he's been the clear favorite heading into today's games as well. It will be interesting to see if he can maintain that psychological edge after dropping the opening round. Zeth holds a healthy lead in their head-to-head history with over 400 total wins. It looks like he's already carrying that confidence into this series. We'll see if the favorite can actually put a stop to Zeth's current winning streak. Just a complete shutdown as he earns his third straight round. Omnic is having a tough time today after that 13-23 stretch. Zeth just can't be stopped, taking the fight from the ramp to move his lead to 4-0. It's starting to look like a repeat of their last meeting. He is just completely in control right now, extending the gap to 5. Looking back at their last matchup, this feels like a complete duplicate. Finally, Omnic manages to secure a point after that tough start. They're essentially deadlocked in the rankings right now. Zeth is just too fast for him, securing another quick win from the ramp. Hard to believe the odds favored him going into this. Omnic is really stepping up his game, taking Zeth right off that boost. He's really fighting to shake off those earlier losses. Zeth is simply too fast, catching Omnic and securing the point from the ramp. He's certainly playing like the more consistent force today. Zeth has stayed strong with a 5-3 record over the last day. It's clearly giving him an edge in stamina and confidence right now. The challenge is seeing if Omnic can flip the script before the halfway point. Zeth takes a big 10-2 lead into the break. Well, we expected this to be a toss-up, but he's just outclassing Omnic right now. Zeth is clearly the man to beat heading into the second half. Time to see some new angles. Omnic reacts quickly and manages to peel Zeth off the ramp to keep this game alive. It's interesting seeing these two clash, since they are practically identical on the ladder. Zeth is just too crisp today. He's closing these out in a flash. Another quick trade for Zeth, putting him just one win away from victory. He's really proving that the pre-match odds were way off. Omnic manages to clear him off that boost for a huge point. He's refusing to just hand this one over. Unbelievable, he barely survives with a sliver of health to bring this one home. A completely different energy coming from him right now. He keeps the pressure on, managing to drag Zeth down from the Tetris to push this momentum further. He's proving why he entered this duel as the favorite. Another flawless takedown, and he manages to clear Zeth of the Tetris to keep the streak alive. He just cannot stop this momentum, keeping the streak alive despite the pressure. A desperate brawl that goes both ways, but he manages to scrap through for his 6th straight. It's getting a bit too comfortable for the guy with the momentum. And there it is. Zeth shuts the door with a perfect final shot to seal the victory. Omnic really fought back with that huge run late on, but he just couldn't close the gap tonight. Ignis is coming off a tough 2-loss streak entering this contest, but he's managed to take the opening round despite being the underdog in the eyes of the odds. He'll need to keep this focus if he wants to flip the script on Zeth today. Ignis now holds a slim lead over Zeth. He's looking a lot more comfortable than he did in their last meeting. Zeth has all the momentum right now, completely erasing that early lead Ignis built up. Zeth is certainly playing his best game of the day so far. Absolute control from the top as Zeth takes him out from the boxes to claim another round. A sharp sequence from the ramp brings us right back to a deadlock. Not the most dominant display from the higher seed so far. Zeth edges ahead, now clutching a narrow 4-3 lead. It's been a dominant run for Zeth lately, especially in his most recent outing. We're back to a dead heat with both players sitting at 4. It's a real toss-up given how tight their head-to-head history is. Zeth is starting to look a bit shaken, letting Ignis string together a few fast wins here. Zeth entered this duel with a great run of 4 majors. Zeth just shuts him down on the ramp, and now this series is back to a complete toss-up. Zeth looks much more confident than he did in their last meeting. Ignis has reclaimed control, pushing ahead 6-5. It's a tough bounce back for him after a rough pair of outings. We've got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. You know, it's a fair result given how close their map win rates are. We'll see who can break the stalemate now that they're switching sides. Fresh start for round 13. Zeth is really cleaning up here, capitalizing on that height advantage from the ramp to stay ahead. He's really asserting himself throughout this set. Zeth is currently on a real tear, picking up his 4th consecutive win across his last few matches. That level of confidence is exactly why he's managing to pull away here. It will be interesting to see if Ignis can find a way to snap this momentum. Absolute stalemate as Ignis and Zeth lock it at 8. An interesting turn of events since their last encounter on Redline. He is on fire right now, completely taking over this side of the map. It's a complete reversal from their last set together. Zeth answers back quickly to bring this series back to a level peg. A surprisingly close contest given Zeth's higher recent form. Ignis claws back the advantage, leading by a single. The higher seeded player is definitely fighting for his life right now. 10 apiece now. A true nail biter for Zeth and Ignis. Pure lightning speed on that engagement. Ignis just refuses to let him hold that ramp, putting himself in a great spot to close this out. Zeth has been a powerhouse in his recent sets today. A lightning fast read from Ignis to put him on the verge of victory. Unbelievable. He survives that intense exchange to close out the map and secure the victory. He really dug deep to get this one. After that tough run of form recently, this is exactly the result he needed. He had to work for that. Ignis holds a substantial historical edge, winning 63% of their career meetings. It makes this early lead for Omnic even more surprising given that they've struggled quite a bit on this map. Let's see if he can actually maintain this pace. Ignis gets a clean pick from the ramp to even things up immediately. A fast reset for the higher rated player to take control here. Ignis is looking sharp now, leading 2-1. He's definitely capitalizing on that 1916 run from earlier today. Omnic strikes back, leaving us tied at 2 apiece. He's really pushing back against that favorite status today. Ignis has definitely found his footing early, keeping things very tight in this opening stretch. He's playing a bit more predictably than in their fast aim clash. Ignis is pulling ahead, now sitting comfortably at 4-2. That 13-9 result from their earlier bout isn't carrying over right now. A total shutdown here, taking full command of the momentum. His rank 28 status is really showing in this stretch. Omnic puts up a strong fight here, refusing to let the gap widen further. He's refusing to back down, securing another round to keep this comeback alive. The pressure is shifting toward the favorite as we approach the midpoint. Omnic has stayed incredibly competitive today, but his overall win rate on this map sits at 36%. It's a tough mountain to climb when you're consistently outclassed by the historical numbers. We'll see if he can dig in deeper to close this gap. We're sitting at a dead heat with a 6-6 split. Well, Omnic is definitely playing above his usual level here. He's neutralizing the favorite's usual advantage to keep this match completely open. Fresh start for both players here. Ignis barely edges ahead, taking a narrow 7-6 lead. Ignis is settling in after a tough 9-13 defeat in their other match today. Ignis is extending the lead to a 2-round cushion. A tough spot to be in after that defeat to Zeth earlier. The momentum shift is total, with Ignis racking up another one to move 3 ahead. The higher seed is certainly asserting his authority now. He just can't find a way to stop that momentum as he takes his 4th straight victory. The struggle is real for the 31st rated player right now. He's just completely in control, extending that streak to 5 straight. The historical lead in their career meetings is becoming a huge factor. What a scramble! Both players were nearly depleted, but he clutched out a nail-biting victory to reach a huge advantage. Absolute chaos on that final exchange. What a way to close it out. Ignis finishes the job with a flawless final round to claim victory. He really tightened up and shut the door on that one. It just felt like he was too consistent for Omnic to find another breakthrough. Zeth actually holds the edge here, having won over half of their 800 previous encounters. It makes this early lead for Omnic a bit surprising given how historically dominant Zeth has been in the head-to-head. It'll be interesting to see if this is just a fluke start. Zeth claws back to take a narrow 2-1 lead. A tough way to start for a guy who's already gone 13-23 today. What a scrap. He barely survives that exchange to level the series at 2-2. He's showing some serious nerves of steel with that survival. Omnic strikes back to pull ahead 3-2. He's definitely shaking off that loss from earlier today. Absolutely effortless, and that's 3 straight for Omnic. The rating gap here is non-existent, basically a dead heat on the ladder. A total shutdown as he picks Zeth right off the box. Definitely seeing a different side of his game compared to that last meeting. Zeth answers back immediately with a flawless exchange to keep this game within reach. He's proving he can handle the pressure today. Zeth isn't going away, taking another clean round to close the gap. He's playing with a lot more confidence than in his last few matches. He secures a dominant vertical advantage from the box to tie this up at 5-5. Omnic regains a slight advantage, taking a 6-5 lead into the final round of the half. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's playing exactly like the favorite we expected. Both guys are trading blows, but he's found a way to maintain the edge for now. Let's see if Zeth recovers. He's refusing to crumble, keeping the pressure on as the score tightens to 7-6. That was a fast reaction to shut things down. And he's completely wiped out the lead, bringing us back to a dead heat at 7-7. Total deadlock right now, anyone's game. Zeth is simply on fire, knocking his opponent off the box to claim the lead. He's completely seized control of the momentum now. The resurgence is complete as Zeth maintains his lead with a perfectly clean hit. The early favorite is now fighting for his life. He manages to pull back around, keeping things tight at 8-9. A big contrast to his recent struggles on Blame Orange. He's showing incredible resolve, quickly securing another round to push his lead to 10-8. Omnic keeps his hopes alive, narrowing the gap to 9-10. He's fought through a long day of matches to get to this point. Complete parity now, we're all squared up at 10 apiece. This is a huge shift from the result of their last meeting. Zeth is showing a lot of grit, securing another clean victory to regain the lead. The pressure is building and we are officially tied up in a dead heat. He just needs one more to seal the deal after this incredible run. Absolute chaos in that duel, but he manages to survive the exchange and force this match into overtime. The timing on that last duel was lightning fast. Omnic is really playing aggressively right now. Coming off a tough run of games, he's found his footing here. Unbelievable. He barely survives with a sliver of health to push his lead to 14-12. Another lightning fast round for Omnic, putting him just a single point shy of victory. refusing to let this game slip away just yet. That quick pop really shifts the energy back to him. Zeth survives a brutal exchange to secure his second straight win, refusing to let Omnic close this out. What a finish! Omnic shuts it down and claims the victory. He really dug deep to overcome those deficits. Zeth fought his heart out in that overtime, but he just couldn't close it. What a fight! Ignis really owns the head-to-head here, having taken 5 in a row against this opponent. And honestly, that confidence seems to be showing. He is coming into this with a lot of momentum after another victory over Zeth earlier today. It will be interesting to see if Zeth can break that cycle. Ignis is cruising with a 2-1 lead right now. Zeth entered this series as the slight favorite. These early exchanges are just blistering. Zeth has no room to breathe right now. Zeth claws back to just 1 round behind Ignis. A tight battle mirroring that close 13-10 finish they just had. Absolute dead heat. Now both players are completely tied. He's absolutely taking over now, stringing together 3 straight rounds to seize the lead. It's a bit of a contrast to his recent struggles today. A smooth recovery there, putting the match right back to an even split. This puts the pressure back on the supposed favorite. Ignis edges ahead again, holding a slim 5-4 lead. His current run is mirrored by an impressive 1916 record today. Zeth has fought back to force a total stalemate. The lower rated player in this pair is proving remarkably stubborn. The rounds are flying by now. Zeth is really struggling to find a way to hold his ground. Ignis leads 7-5 going into the break. Well, things are playing out just as expected. Ignis looks more comfortable on this particular map, which is clearly reflecting in the score. Side swapping, let's get back in. Unbelievable. He barely scrapes through that exchange, surviving by the skin of his teeth. That was an incredibly tight exchange. Ignis is in complete control now, and looking at his rating, he's currently sitting at number 28 on the ladder. It's a small ranking gap, but that's definitely manifesting as a huge skill gap in this specific game. It's becoming quite a steep hill for Zeth to climb. He's showing some real grit, putting together a second straight point to keep himself in this. Ignis is pulling away now, holding a 3-round advantage. It's clearly a tough day at the office for Zeth. Ignis has the wind in his sails now. He's just a few steps away from closing this out. Zeth's poor 6-5 record so far today is really weighing on him. What a scramble! He manages to outlast the chaos and puts himself one step away from victory. He is completely defying the initial expectations for this series. Zeth answers back with a crisp finish, putting up a fight at 12-8. That was a lightning-fast response to shut things down. Zeth manages another strong sequence to stop that streak from extending further. That's a significant shift in energy for the trailing player. Game over. Ignis secures the final kill to close out the series. Just another day at the office for that guy who seems to have Zeth's number lately. Ignis holds a significant lead in their history with 66 wins across their rivalry. That mental edge is likely playing a part since we just saw them comfortably take their last head-to-head. Now the question is if Omnic can actually flip the script here. We've got a deadlock at 1-all. He's showing a bit more confidence than his recent 14-22 record suggests. Omnic pulls ahead, taking a commanding 2-1 lead. The favorite is really feeling the pressure here. Another clean one from the ramp as he just keeps piling up the points. The higher rated player is really struggling to stay in this. He's simply too fast right now, picking up another round with 0 damage taken. This is a total reversal from the results we saw on Orange. A fierce battle on the ramp, but Ignis shows some grit to claw this one back. The veteran is finally finding some stability in this series. Ignis refuses to buckle, keeping the pressure high as he takes another one. The momentum is shifting back to the favorite. Omnic was just too sharp, catching Ignis right as he stepped up onto the ramp. A really strong look for the 31st seed right now. Ignis holds the advantage from the ramp, refusing to go away as he claws back into this. He's playing a lot like the heavy favorite right now. What a response! Ignis completely levels the score, erasing the early deficit to make this a dead heat. He's really starting to assert his authority in this set. Omnic secures the upper hand from the ramp, putting himself in a strong spot as we approach the half. He's proving he can compete with the higher rated side today. We're all square at 6-6, you know, everything about the stats suggests that Ignis would cruise here. Instead, we've got a real dogfight on our hands heading into the second half. Fresh start for both of them. Ignis secures a flawless return from the ramp, continuing this impressive climb back into the match. That's a much more natural look for him after the shaky start. He's putting on a strong display here, simply outclassing his opponent to keep this momentum going. A lot like that 13-7 showing he put up against Kale. Omnic puts a stop to that streak, picking Ignis right off the ramp to keep this very close. He's really fighting the current after that previous blowout defeat. Neither player is giving an inch and we are back to an 8-8 tie. This is a huge contrast to how the first map played out. He is simply on another level right now, taking the lead with a third straight round. A complete shift from how things went on. That was an absolute slugfest, but Ignis manages to edge out the exchange to tie this series up. He's refusing to let the momentum slide, taking a second straight round to push the lead to 10. Omnic comes through with the high ground victory, taking Ignis right off the box to bring us back to a tie. He's keeping pace despite a tough record today. Ignis is showing some impressive grit to keep this momentum moving in his direction. The confidence is returning to this top half seed. He's just relentless, utilizing that ramp to put himself one more round away from victory. A very clean way to capitalize on that higher seed status. Omnic holds his ground from the ramp to keep this series alive. He's definitely not playing like a huge underdog in this series. Incredible. He manages to shut down that run and force a tie by picking Ignis off the ramp. Ignis is showing incredible heart, digging deep to reclaim the lead in his overtime clash. It's a classic battle of nerves now. Unbelievable. Omnic barely scrapes through this exchange with just 5 health to bring us level at 13-13. Ignis is refusing to go quietly, delivering a perfect response to take the lead. A total deadlock here in the dying seconds. A wild exchange, but Ignis outlasts him to seize a massive advantage. That's certainly the outcome we expected seeing where they sit on the ladder. What a read! Omnic keeps this duel alive by completely shutting down the match point attempt. He just refuses to let this slip, clearing Ignis off the ramp to put himself in a position to end it right now. The mental pressure is peaking for both these guys. Ignis keeps his nose ahead by just a single point. Unreal. Omnic forces it all, even at 16 apiece. Ignis barely keeps his lead at 17-16. Just another example of why he was a heavy lock for this. Absolute chaos now as Omnic brings it back to 17-0. His usual win rate against this guy is nearly 50%. Ignis edges ahead, just barely clutching an 18-17 lead. A stark contrast to how he struggled in his opener today. Omnic just clawed back to make it an 18 all deadlock. A truly grueling battle of endurance for both these players. Omnic takes control now, leading 19-18. Ignis answers back perfectly to force a 19-all stalemate. Omnic pulls ahead by 1 in a nail-biter. Just a couple of ranks separating these two in the overall standing. Absolute insanity. They are locked at 20-all. Neither of these two will let the other breathe for a second. Omnic just snatches the lead, putting him up 21-20. He's showing a huge amount of resilience in this series. Omnic is now 2 points up in this thriller. He really managed to pull off the impossible, shaking off a tough history with the top seed to secure the victory. That was an incredible fight. What a match. Unbelievable. Omni claws back from the brink to take the first round after an absolute slugfest. Zeth holds a clear long-term advantage in their history with 422 total wins over Omnic, so yeah, it is interesting to see him struggling right now after having that kind of historical edge. He needs to find some stability quickly to stay in this series. A total turnaround as he manages to open up a 3-round lead. He's really leaning into that energy from their last match today. He's just untouchable right now, claiming another flawless round to go perfect in the early stages. Zeth answers back quickly to get on the board. The higher rated player is feeling a bit of pressure right now. Another clean kill as Zeth keeps the pressure on, refusing to let his opponent pull away. Tough spot for the favorite to be in right now. He's not letting up, hammering home another one to close the gap. The momentum shift is real for the underdog. What a turnaround. He wipes the slate clean to bring us back to a dead heat. Absolutely cold-blooded efficiency to get this back to even. He is simply too fast right now, securing his 5th consecutive victory to seize a lead. Whoa, he barely survives that one. That was an absolute nail-biter, but the hot streak continues. The pressure is mounting for the slight favorite to find a way back. He finds his mark again, bringing the score closer before they switch sides. It's 7-5 for Zeth as we head into the break. Honestly, he's taking full advantage of his 49% win rate on Mappas. Both players have looked sharp, but Zeth just has the edge in this specific matchup right now. Time for a fresh start. Omnic closes in, trailing Zeth by just a single point. It's a battle of the mid-table as these two trade blows. We are completely locked in at 7-all. A very similar result to their recent encounter on Dunes. He's simply not missing a shot, cruising to a 3rd consecutive win. He's clearly carrying that confidence from his recent win on Dunes. Zeth proves his grit, shutting things down from the ramp to tie this series at 8-all. Goodness, he survives by a hair. Omnic manages to drag himself across the line and takes the lead. He's really fighting the trend after those losses earlier today. Zeth shows incredible resolve by clawing back once again to even the score. The overall favorite is really struggling to find an answer for him. Zeth puts on a clinic from the ramp, shutting down any hopes of a run here. The momentum has shifted back to the player holding the higher rank. Pure chaos as we hit a 10-10 deadlock. The ladder ranks for these two are virtually identical right now. What an absolute brawl. He barely walked away from that exchange, but it secures him a slim lead. The pressure is certainly mounting after Zeth's recent tough run of games. Zeth secures a quick kill from the ramp to lock the series up at 11-all. A lightning-fast response to bring us right back to square one. He comes through in the clutch to seize the lead, putting him just 1 round away from victory. Pure precision on that final shot to get him to the edge. Zeth responds with an effortless headshot to force the series into overtime. Total reset. We've got ourselves a complete stalemate. Zeth digs deep to secure the win, showing some incredible mental toughness in this overtime stretch. Absolute ice in his veins to take control here. He's on fire, putting an end to that run and claiming his third straight. The momentum is completely swinging toward the lower ranked player. Zeth is simply refusing to let up, putting himself just one round away from victory. Omnic keeps the dream alive, knocking Zeth off the ramp to extend the fight. A much needed breath of air for the favorite here. He refuses to fall in this overtime, keeping the pressure high to bring this back within reach. He is really refusing to let the series slip away. Absolute mayhem as he shuts the door on Zeth's hopes, putting himself on the verge of a huge victory. He is taking full control of this overtime battle. Zeth stays ahead by 1 as we hit 31. Neither player will budge as we've hit a 16-16 tie. Zeth keeps a slim edge at 17-16. Pure instinct and timing on that exchange. A total deadlock at 17 apiece for these two. Both of these guys are refusing to break today. Zeth manages to pull ahead by a single point. Just a sheer battle of wills from both of them. Absolute parity now. Omnic and Zeth are deadlocked at 18. This feels like a mirror image of their battle on dunes. Omnic surges ahead to grab a narrow lead at 19-18. Omnic extends his cushion to a 2-point lead. It's a complete reversal from how the early rounds played out. Omnic holds a thin margin now, leading 20-19. A gutsy effort for the man currently trailing in the series. A complete wash as Omnic and Zeth hit 20-0. Pure chaos as this a dead heat again. Zeth just barely edges ahead, now leading 21-20. He really isn't giving an inch in this stretch. Back to a standstill with both at 21. Mental toughness on display to get this back to a deadlock. Neither man is giving an inch in this marathon encounter. Omnic just barely nudges forward, claiming a slim 22-21 lead. Omnic just extended his grip, moving too clear at 23-21. He is showing why he entered this match as the favorite. Omnic is really pulling away now with a 3-point cushion. The momentum has completely flipped in his favor. Omnic keeps it tight, sitting comfortably at 24-22. A huge shift from those early rounds where Zeth looked dominant. Zeth answers back, leaving Omnic leading by a single point. This is turning into a real war of attrition. Omnic stretches his lead to 2 at 25 all. He's finally found the answer to that long-term rivalry. Despite everything Zeth threw at him, he just wouldn't break. What a fight! Ignis has won 5 of the last 5 times these two stepped onto the server. So yeah, seeing him drop this first engagement is a surprising start. He really needs to find some stability quickly if he wants to maintain his historical lead. Absolutely effortless, he is simply too fast for Ignis right now. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, taking a huge lead into the early stages. Finally, Ignis gets around back on the board. He's usually the heavier favorite in this matchup, regardless. The comeback attempt is gathering steam as he secures another round. The slight favorite is starting to feel the heat. Zeth looks way too comfortable from the window, quickly shutting down that mini run by Ignis. Good lord, what a fight! He barely scrapes by with a sliver of health left. He's really making the most of this particular server. A complete shutdown. That's 3 straight for Zeth, and he didn't even break a sweat. The lower rated player is simply dominating the pace right now. Absolutely crushing it now, as he pushes his lead to a commanding 8 rounds. Ignis secures a tight win from the ramp just before they switch sides. He's looking for a spark as they prepare for the switch. Zeth takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, this is completely opposite to the pre-match script. Ignis has usually been the wall in this rivalry, but he's currently struggling to answer Zeth's aggression. Time to see if Zeth holds. Zeth has practically flipped the script on their career rivalry by taking an 11-round lead. It's just an incredible reversal given that Ignis has a higher win rate on this specific layout. He is simply outplaying his opponent in every single avenue today. A quick response from Ignis to keep this series moving, but the hill he has to climb is still steep. Zeth converts from the ramp to put himself just 1 round away from victory. He's playing exactly to his expected seed today. And there it is. He closes out the series with a lightning fast kill to seal the deal. A total reversal of fortune for Zeth, who finally puts a stop to those losing streaks with a statement performance. Ignis holds a strong lead over the long term with 66 wins in their history. But he's heading into this set on a 2-game skid. We have to see if he can shake off that slump early. Omnic is just dominating right now, sitting pretty at 2. A huge contrast to how the favorite usually handles these games. He's just untouched up this map. Opposite of how the head-to-head typically goes. A total shutdown of that attempt, and Ignis puts up a fight to stay in this. It's crucial for him to pull these rounds back early. Omnic is really running away with a 4-1 lead. A tough spot for a player who usually controls this matchup. Omnic is just relentless, pushing his lead to 5-1. A shocking turn for the favorite right now. Omnic is currently sporting a 60% win rate over his last 10 matches. So yeah, it's really starting to look like he's the one carrying all the confidence today. I wonder if that's enough to keep him in the driver's seat. A completely clean sequence from Ignis, who continues to tear through his opponent. The tide has completely shifted in the blink of an eye. And just like that, we're all square. He's simply refusing to back down. He's finally starting to play like the heavy favorite. He's absolutely steaming now, taking another round with ease as we approach the break. We head into the break with Ignis leading 7-5. I mean, the favorite is doing exactly what he needs to do here. He looks poised and ready to close this out. New sides, new energy. Omnic claws back to narrow that gap to 6-7. It is definitely a closer fight than the ladder suggests. He walked away from that exchange completely unscathed, asserting his lead back to 8-6. The higher rank is simply too consistent to stay down for long. He's firmly in control now, shutting down the momentum swing and extending the lead. He's playing with a ton of confidence after that 13-10 victory over Kel. He refuses to stay down and keeps this fight alive. It's been a wild shift from how this map started. He's refusing to let the lead slip away, putting together another effortless round to keep this pressure high. 2 quick entries right there to tighten the grip. He manages to clear the ramp and finally puts this series on even ground. A complete turnaround from how we expected this set to unfold. What a shift! He just completely out-dueled his opponent to reclaim the lead. And there it is. He's fought his way back to a dead hit at 10-all. We're staring at a complete toss-up as we move toward the finish. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, picking up another fast round to regain the edge. Unbelievable! He claws his way out of that firefight with a tiny sliver of health to bring him to match point. He really managed to survive that final clash with barely anything left. Absolutely incredible. Ignis completes the comeback to take the match. He's finally found some footing after those recent struggles. Omnic played out of his mind, but he just couldn't close the door. What a fight! Zeth holds the historical upper hand with a 51% win rate in their overall rivalry, but Omnic managed to take their most recent encounter. It will be interesting to see if that current momentum offsets the long-term trend. Omnic is surging ahead with a commanding 2-1 lead. That was a lightning-fast response to take the lead. Omnic is really putting on the pressure early, taking over the server with these rapid-fire rounds. Omnic pushes the advantage to a 3-2 lead. The two of them are practically deadlocked in the ratings. Omnic's gap grows to 4-2 after that clean sweep. That was a blistering exchange of fire. Zeth manages to claw one back, keeping things tight as we head toward the midpoint of this set. Unreal. Zeth barely scrapes through that chaotic trade to even the score. Both are fighting for every single inch today. Omnic edges ahead, clinging to a slim 5-4 lead. Omnic has the read on him today, simply too quick to punish Zeth for holding that high ground. Omnic keeps his grip on a tight 6-5 lead. He's certainly playing a lot better than that last encounter with Ignis. We've got a dead heat at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, it's exactly the kind of toss-up we expected from these two. Zeth will be happy to keep things level since he's typically more comfortable on Italy. Time to see who blinks first. Zeth finally seizes the momentum, leading 7-6. Zeth is really shaking off that tough 9-13 loss from an hour ago. Zeth has really found his stride today, netting those last 4 rounds in a row. It's a huge swing for him given the struggles he's had with his recent form over the last day. He looks like he's firmly in control of the map now. That was an absolute war of attrition, and he manages to survive the chaos to take another round. Omnic reacts instantly, shutting down Zeth's run with a precise shot. Zeth puts on a great show, holding that spot on the vine to widen the gap. And remember, he entered this duel as the underdog. Zeth had a comfortable cushion, but Omnic is refusing to just let this set go. Zeth just puts a bullet right through him on the vine, putting himself one step away from victory. He keeps the dream alive by deleting Zeth in an instant. He's showing exactly why the odds were in his favor today. What a finish! Zeth closes it out with an effortless shot to secure the map victory. He really dug deep to pull this one out. It's a massive bounce back for the underdog after that loss earlier today. What a fight! Zeth enters this match with a strong momentum following a high-scoring victory over Ignis in their last head-to-head. It looks like Zeth was initially expected to take this one, so the pressure is on him to prove that previous dominance wasn't a fluke. Zeth is making it look easy right now, securing another quick win from that elevated spot. It's looking a bit like that match on Fast Aim. We've got a dead heat at 2-all. Ignis is really leaning into that rating advantage here. Zeth just barely edges ahead to claim the lead. He's continuing to play above his seat here. Zeth is just too quick today. He is really building a cushion early in this set. Ignis was a bit too sharp there, picking Zeth right off that box to keep this very close. Zeth has been in great form lately with a 60% win rate over his last 10 outings. He's clearly capitalizing on that momentum to maintain a comfortable gap right now. He'll need to stay composed if he wants to keep this lead. Ignis is showing some real grit, keeping his composure to cut the gap to 4-6. He's fighting hard to bridge the gaps early on. He's really starting to shift the tide as we head toward the mid-match break. We're looking at a 7-5 lead for Zeth. He's definitely playing like a man on a mission right now. Given the gap in their overall ratings, the underdog is firmly in the driver's seat. Fresh start for both players here. Zeth is simply too fast from that elevation. He's really putting on the pressure now. That's another clean trade and a very fast round for the leader. Zeth is absolutely cruising with a commanding 9-5 lead. Zeth looks like he's finally breaking the historical hold Ignis had on him. Ignis pulls one back, narrowing the gap to 6-9. He is refusing to go away, taking another round with a perfect shot. The early lead is starting to feel a lot less secure. Unbelievable, he clutched out that fight with practically nothing left to keep this rally going. A total hard stopper from the trailing player. Absolutely stunning. He's completely erased that deficit to bring us back to a dead tie. Zeth is looking completely rattled after that sequence. He's simply on fire, extending that run to 5 straight and claiming the lead. The favorite is really feeling the heat now. And the deadlock returns, bringing both competitors back to an even 10 each. Absolute deadlock, now mirroring their overall head-to-head history. Zeth has found another gear. He's starting to really distance himself from the pack again. What a fight! He just wiped Zeth off that box to tie the set completely. Zeth shuts down the momentum and puts himself just one round away from victory. What a finish! Zeth secures the final exchange to close out the match. Ignis really pushed him to the limit, especially with that wild mid-match surge. He just couldn't find the final gear. What a fight! Ignis holds a huge lead in their head-to-head, winning about 63% of their past meetings. It's a significant advantage that hasn't shown up in the early action. Now the pressure is on Ignis to actually use that historical edge. What a nail-biter. Ignis barely scrapes through that exchange from the ramp to level things up. That was an absolute sliver of health left on that duel. Ignis looks dominant, pushing ahead with a 2-1 cushion. The favorite is starting to look comfortable out there. He just can't find any answer for the height advantage as Ignis secures another from those boxes. He's just unstoppable right now, extending that run to 4 straight. Coming in as the favorite, he's certainly making the most of it. What a fight! Omnic digs deep to survive that heavy exchange and gets the round. The momentum shift is subtle, but he's finally starting to push back. He's completely untouchable right now, claiming another effortless point to close the gap. Ignis is playing a lot more comfortably than we'd expect, especially since he's coming off a fairly rough day in his other matches. Well, seeing him pull ahead like this suggests he's finally found the right approach for this specific opponent. Now he just needs to keep that energy high to prevent another comeback. Omnic forces the deadlock at 5-5, showing real grit to knock him off the ramp. Both players have survived a thin sliver of health tonight. Ignis regains the upper hand, edging ahead 6-5. His overall win rate is just barely hovering around the 50% mark. We've got a 7-5 lead for Ignis. I mean, this is basically exactly how we expected this to go. Omnic is keeping it close, but the superior map experience is showing through for the favorite. Time for a fresh start. Omnic refuses to back down, putting himself right on the heels of the leader. He's really starting to challenge that favorite status now. Ignis strikes back, widening the gap to 8-6. That's a very solid way to open the second half. Omnic survives that scramble to keep his hopes alive, refusing to let the match slide away. He's really playing with a lot of confidence in this series. Ignis stays in the driver's seat at 9-7. He's really capitalizing on those 12,600 matches of experience. He's clawing his way back into this, refusing to let the gap widen further. He's proving the underdog tag might be a bit misleading tonight. Ignis takes a firm 10-8 command of the pace. A solid showing from him after that tough loss to Zeth. The pace is picking up. These latest encounters are ending almost instantly. Looking at the ranks, we've got a very tight gap between these two. Ignis is on fire now, securing a 3rd straight round to put himself at match point. His consistency is just completely different from what we've seen today. Omnic finally disrupts that rhythm, securing a clean win to stay in the game. Another spotless exchange for Omnic as he refuses to just let this match slip away. What a brutal fight. He somehow crawls out of that chaos to stay alive and keep this comeback rolling. The pressure is really mounting on the top-seeded player now. He has completely flipped this map on its head, forcing this duel into overtime. The script has completely flipped on this duel. We'll be right back with more action from Mepas after a quick timeout, folks. Welcome back to Mappas, where Omnis and Ignis are deadlocked at 12 all and ready to resume. Unbelievable, he keeps his hot streak alive and takes a commanding lead in the extra frame. Simply an unbelievable reversal of fortune for the favorite. A tough response from Ignis to put the pressure right back on his opponent. A quick frame recovery for the higher seeded player. Ignis is quickly shutting down any hopes of another comeback from Omnic. It looks like his recent 1916 record is paying dividends today. He wins another intense trade, putting him just one more round away from victory. Pure efficiency from the side with all the momentum right now. Absolutely breathtaking. Ignis closes out the match with a total shutout. He's really shown why he's the boss of this pairing, managing to weather that insane surge in the final stretch. He had to earn every bit of that win. What a fight! A quick reaction time from Zeth to secure the early lead here. What a scrap! He manages to secure the win from the ramp, though he barely walked away from that exchange. He's proving to be a bit of a bogeyman for Omnic today. Zeth has been the clear superior in their head-to-head history, controlling over half of their encounters. It's interesting because Omnic actually entered this match as the favorite. We'll see if he can use that mental edge to shut things down early. A complete turn of events as he puts together a 3-round stretch to take the lead. That's 4 in a row now, and he's looking absolutely untouchable in these exchanges. He's just completely taking over, shutting him down from the ramp to make it 5 straight. Zeth is showing a lot of grit, fighting his way back into this one. We're seeing the underdog refuse to go quietly in this set. Another rapid-fire win for Zeth, who is continuing to put up a huge fight. Unreal! He closed through that exchange and barely survives after dragging Zeth off the ramp. The 32 rated player finally puts a stop to that run. Omnic has put together a decent 14-22 run in the last 24 hours, and honestly, he seems to be fighting through a rough patch of form to secure this lead. It'll be a real test to see if he can maintain this pressure against Zeth. Omnic holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. Well, he's managing to defy the odds here. Zeth usually owns the advantage on red line, but he's just not finding a way to stop that momentum right now. Zeth manages to outduel him from the ramp to keep this series tight. He's starting to bridge that gap in skill rating. And he's completely erased the lead, leveling the score at 7-7. Absolute chaos as the momentum swings back to the other side. He nearly lost that one, But Zeth clutches out a massive survival to move ahead 8-7. He's really finding his way back into this series. Omnic pulls him right off the ramp to square things up at 8-8. The rankings reflect it, since these two are virtually deadlocked on the ladder. He takes another win from the ramp, continuing his steady climb back into this contest. He's definitely capitalizing on the pressure in these high-stakes moments. Zeth stays composed, shutting down the rally and pushing his advantage to 10-8. He's really capitalizing on everything that's gone right today. He's just untouchable from the Tetris right now, securing his third consecutive win. This is a complete reversal from the early lead he held. He's absolutely on fire now, moving within a single point of victory. He is playing with a massive amount of confidence right now. What a sensational finish! Zeth completely shuts the door and secures the victory. He just couldn't find an answer to those sudden bursts of speed, a gritty performance from the underdog to pull this off. What a fight! Zeth has had the upper hand in their head-to-head history. It's clear that he's carrying that confidence into today after winning their most recent clash. He'll need to keep this pressure up if he wants to maintain the early lead. Zeth is dominating with a slim 2-1 cushion. He is finally starting to look like the favorite in this series. Ignis has completely flipped the script and is now the one putting the pressure on. Ignis is really making a case for that favorite tag. Zeth is making it look easy today, continuing to outplay his opponent from the ramp. He's showing exactly why he's been so sharp in his recent matches. Zeth holds a strong 4-2 grip on this game. He's effectively playing his way toward a huge upset. A lightning fast reaction there, and Zeth is firmly back in control. Ignis wins the trade-off from the ramp, showing some real grit to keep this series alive. A solid response from the underdog in this high-pressure spot. He's showing a lot of heart right now, shutting things down in a blink. Zeth is really leaning into the height advantage, using that boost to secure another clean win. His recent run of form is starting to show. Zeth is really finding his footing now, utilizing the ramp to extend his lead. That was a clinical finish to secure the round. Zeth takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, he's completely defied the expectations today. He looks much stronger than his rank suggests right now, and Ignis is struggling to keep up. Time for Ignis to wake up. Ignis has a 2014 record over the last day. I mean, he's clearly playing with a lot of confidence right now. It will be interesting to see if that recent momentum allows him to chip away at Zeth's lead before the halftime shift. Unbelievable. He's completely shut down the opposition, putting together a huge run to close the gap. Absolute madness. He's erased the entire deficit to bring the match level. Total shift in momentum as we head into the final stretch. Zeth puts a stop to that momentum and takes the lead back to 9-8. Both players are fighting for every single inch of ground. What a scramble. He somehow survives that exchange with a sliver of health to hold a 2-round lead. His nerves are made of steel in those close calls. Zeth secures another win from the ramp, quickly putting his opponent back on the defensive. He continues his push, keeping the pressure high and staying within striking distance. A quick reset to keep this game within reach. He's staying incredibly composed, winning another tight battle to keep this rally going. Ignis is really starting to put the pressure back on. He is simply untouchable right now, tying this game up in a huge way. He's completely wiped the slate clean here. Zeth secures his advantage from the ramp and now stands on the verge of victory. A quick answer to get back in the driver's seat. Zeth closes it out with an incredible snapshot, sealing the victory in a flash. Ignis really pushed him to the limit, but he just couldn't find that final kill to force a tiebreaker. What a match! Ignis has historically owned this rivalry with a 64% win rate over Omnic, and he's continuing that pattern right now by taking the opener. I mean, he already beat him in their most recent encounter, so the confidence is definitely on his side. What a scramble! He clings to life by a thread to push the lead to 3-0. He's looking sharp, but Omnic is definitely fearing that recent slump. Finally on the board, he shuts the door on a perfect start to bring the score to 1-3. Ignis just keeps rolling, pushing his lead to 4-1. He's certainly playing like the favorite today. Unreal. He barely survives that chaotic exchange to push his lead to 5-1. He's definitely looking like the superior player in the server right now. He's simply too quick, outclassing his opponent to move further ahead. A sharp response here as he earns another point. He's really struggled to find any footing in today's session. Ignis is showing a lot of composure today, especially since he's already coming off a winning streak in his last 24 hours. You can really see that stability contrasting with Omnic, who has been struggling through a 4-game losing slide before this series. It's becoming a real mountain for Omnic to climb. A completely effortless skill to extend that streak as we head toward the break. The gap between these two on the ladder is clearly showing. Ignis takes a comfortable 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, everything about this opening half has gone exactly how we predicted it would. Omnic is just completely outmatched right now. Time to see if Omnic can bounce back. Ignis is firmly in control at 9-4. His recent struggles make this second straight point a huge relief. Ignis is just relentless, extending his lead to 10. The gap in their recent A game is starting to show. Omnic is staying in this fight, putting up a real challenge despite the gap in the standings. The rounds are coming and going in a flash. Neither player is letting the other breathe. Simply too precise, he recovers his momentum instantly and stands on the verge of victory. A perfectly timed burst from Omnic to stay in this, though he's still facing an uphill battle. He's showing plenty of resolve to keep this from becoming a total landslide. Absolutely crushing final shot, Ignis closes this out to secure the victory. He really just lived in his head this entire series, outperforming him in every single department. Zeth is currently on a 5-game winning streak in his last 10 matches. It's surprising to see that momentum stalled early, given how he's been performing. He'll be looking to regain his footing quickly after that opening. Zeth used that ramp position perfectly to keep the pressure on, taking a solid lead early. Omnic is really making a stand here. He holds that ramp position just long enough to keep things dead even. Zeth holds a narrow lead as we enter round 5. He's looking much more comfortable than he did in their last head-to-head. Zeth is just too fast right now, using that ramp to keep his lead expanding. The higher rated side is simply refusing to let this slide. That was a slow burn, but Zeth ultimately secures another victory, extending the lead further. That's a tough spot for the slight favorite to find himself in. Omnic pulls off a great read to knock Zeth off the ramp and keep the pressure mounting. He definitely has the skill set to close this gap. He's completely untouchable right now, taking another round with 0 damage taken. Zeth is really taking advantage of his current momentum, coming into this with a strong 11-7 record over the last day, and honestly, it's reflecting in the way he's controlling this series. He's clearly more comfortable in these high-pressure exchanges today. Now, the question is whether Omnic can find a way to flip the script. Zeth heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, he's capitalizing on that current win streak to stay ahead. Omnic is keeping this close, but he hasn't quite found the edge needed to take over the series yet. Time to see how Omnic adjusts. Zeth maintains a 3-round cushion as we start 13. The rating gap here is nearly non-existent. Omnic just erased him from the planks, showing real grit to keep this contest tight. That a bit more like the performance he's put up in previous bouts. Omnic shuts him down from the ramp, keeping this comeback alive. The tide is officially turning in this series. Absolute precision to take him off the ramp and force a deadlock. A complete reversal of fortunes from where we started today. He answers back immediately with a very clean shot to hold that momentum. Zeth edges it 10-8, keeping his grip on the lead. Zeth is clearly the more consistent player in this matchup. A fast reflex shot gives him another round and he's refusing to back down. Zeth earns the advantage from the window, putting him just 2 points shy of a victory. The higher rank is showing his class here. Omnic manages to pick him off the window and keep this rally moving. He's proving why he entered the lobby as the favored player today. Total chaos in that exchange, but he comes out on top. Pure dominance in that exchange, keeping himself completely healthy to stave off the defeat. He's definitely found a way to keep the pressure on. What a finish! Zeth shuts the door by taking him off the toolbox to claim the match. Omnic really put him through the ringer there, but that late game composure was just a step ahead. He really had to dig deep for that victory. What a fight! Zed has the overall edge in their head-to-head history with a 51% win rate, but Ignis is the one who has consistently come out on top in their most recent encounters. It will be interesting to see if Zed can regain that long-term control here. Ignis takes a commanding lead with 2 rounds up. A really tough start for the projected favorite. The speed of these engagements is just wild. Ignis is reacting incredibly quickly right now. Ignis puts the pressure on with a 3-2 lead. The two of them are nearly identical on the ladder right now. Zed's got all the momentum right now, using that height advantage to push the match back to a dead tie. Ignis edges ahead again, holding a narrow 4-3 lead. It's a tight struggle between these two nearby on the ladder. Back to square one as Zef levels things at 4-all. He's certainly playing with a lot of confidence after those recent wins. Zed is really punishing him right now, just cutting him down from that box for another round. He's completely in control now, securing a 3rd straight point to take a 2-round lead. Ignis manages to answer back and close out the first half with a tighter margin. A much needed stop there to keep this close. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Right, the underdog is actually holding his own here. He's riding a strong 6-match win streak and looking very dangerous today. Time to see if the momentum sticks. Zed is really putting on a performance, sitting on a 6-match win streak heading into this series. It's clear the momentum is shifting in his favor since he's now managing to chain these rounds together. Ignis needs to find a way to disrupt this flow if he wants to stay in the game. He's just too fast today, extending that win streak to 3 as he closes the gap toward the finish line. He's just completely untouchable right now, picking up his 4th straight point with a lightning fast burst. He is just completely owning this set. Now he's sitting on match point. Unreal! He finishes him off and claims the match in an absolute blowout. He really just flipped the script on this rivalry. I guess those previous losses finally caught up to Ignis. Ignis has typically looked very strong here, leading their head-to-head record 69-39. It's interesting to see Omnic take an early lead despite that history. We have to see if he can actually keep this pressure up. He's just totally in command now, picking up his third straight round. Total shift in energy from that 13-6 blast we saw earlier. Unreal. He barely clings to life after that chaotic exchange to keep the perfect start. A total reversal from how their previous meeting went. A clean response from Ignis to stop the bleeding. Expectations were high for the favorite, but he's still fighting a climb. He's really digging in now, showing a lot of grit to keep this push going. Omnic is sitting at a 12-23 record over the last day, so he's really fighting an uphill battle against the odds today. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this lead while playing against a much higher rated opponent. Omnic is just cruising along with a 3-round cushion. He's certainly making a case against the rating difference here. That was a close exchange, but Ignis manages to scrap through to keep the deficit manageable. That was a quick trade, but a crucial one for the momentum. Omnic is just punishing anyone who tries to hold an angle, easily picking him off from the wine. It's a tough break for him, given his recent slump in the last 10. Omnic takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, this is a total shock given how much the higher ranked player usually controls this pairing. He's simply outplaying the favorite right now. Omnic still holds a comfy 3-round advantage. A respectable effort from the number 30 seed to stay in the fight. Ignis holds the advantage from the wine once again, continuing this impressive surge. He's definitely regaining his confidence now. Omnic keeps his grip, extending the lead to 9-6. A surprising change of pace from the way he looked in their last encounter. That's a sharp response to get another one on the board and keep the pressure high. Omnic still has a decent 3-round gap leading things. That's a huge contrast to his recent form over the last 10. A completely untouched round for Ignis as he continues to claw back into this set. The gap in talent is starting to show as he digs in. Omnic just shuts him down from the wine to keep this lead growing. It's a huge turnaround for him after a tough run of losses earlier. A huge stop for Omnic to shut down that momentum and get himself to match point. That was incredibly fast. A total shutout in just over a second. A precise shot from Ignis to keep the hope alive in this series. Just a glimpse of the consistency he's shown in his previous sets. He's refusing to go quietly, clawing back yet another round to keep things tense. The pressure is really mounting on the leader right now. He's on fire right now, taking another round to put the pressure right back on Omnic. The momentum is swinging back toward the favorite. Unbelievable, he's just completely taken over the map to force this tie at 12-all. He's finally playing to the level of that higher seed. Absolute perfection. He just sweeps the board to take a 13-12 lead. An absolutely crushing stretch of rounds to close out the set. He's simply unstoppable right now, putting an end to that encounter in a heartbeat. Omnic snaps that run of losses with a high impact win to keep this overtime battle alive. He's essentially flawless right now, and he's just one step away from closing this out. That was a lightning fast snap response to get back on top. What a finish! He storms through the final round to secure the victory. Talk about a mental test, but he managed to shake off that early deficit and hold his nerve in overtime. What a fight! Zeph starts things off strong, using that ramp advantage to secure the opening round. Zeph is carrying a lot of heat into this one, and we're seeing that momentum translate directly into these early rounds. Zeph is on an absolute tear with 7 straight wins coming into this match. It's definitely giving him a psychological edge as he looks to extend that run here. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can actually put a real dent in that confidence. He's completely taken over the map, picking up his 3rd straight win. He's playing much better than those recent results would suggest. A lightning fast reflex shot brings the tally level again. A huge amount of pressure for the favorite to pull ahead. Omnic just edges ahead, taking a narrow 4-3 lead. A real battle of wills given their tight history. Omnic is really finding his groove now, leading 5-3. A surprising turnaround from the guy who's been struggling lately. Zeth answers back immediately, refusing to let his opponent build any kind of lead. He's showing a lot of resilience today despite those earlier setbacks. Omnic is currently fighting a tough uphill battle, given his 12-24 record over the last day. It's a complete reversal of roles considering he entered the server as the favorite. He'll need to keep this consistency if he wants to break Zeth's hold on the series. Omnic holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. I mean, he's doing a great job of fighting off Zeph's recent momentum. He's really shaking off that 7-game losing streak with a strong showing here. Position swap Let's see who peaks. A tough trade of shots here, but Zef manages to survive the exchange and close the gap to 7-6. That was a frantic exchange, but he just barely scraped through. Omnek pushes the advantage, extending it to 8-6. He's fighting against a long-term trend in the head-to-head matchup. Omnek is cruising now, putting himself up 9-6. The rankings place him slightly lower, but he's treating this like a lightweight scrap. Zeth walks away completely unscathed to keep the pressure on. He's doing just enough to stay within striking distance. Omnik strikes again to claim a comfortable 10-7 cushion. Zeth's 13-7 run today is finally starting to stall. He's really putting the pressure on now, leaving Zeth with a very narrow path to victory. He's fighting for his life after those rough losses to Ignis earlier. Unbelievable. Zeth claws back into the series with a desperate survival from the Tetris clutching on by a sliver of health. Absolutely incredible guts to pull that off. A perfectly timed shot gives Zeth another victory as he keeps fighting his way back. The momentum is swinging back toward the challenger. He survives by the thinnest of margins to put himself one step away from the victory. He's digging in deep and refusing to let this slip. He stays composed and keeps the dream alive, walking away with a perfect health bar. A really surprising turn of events given how things looked before tonight. Zeth is putting up a serious fight, stopping the momentum shift with another effortless win. A huge mental shift from the guy who entered as the underdog. What a finish! Omnik closes the door with the perfect final shot from the boost to secure the series. He really refused to let those previous losses get in his head tonight. Just pure grit from a guy who was staring down a rough patch. What a fight! Ignis holds a 50% map win rate on this particular layout. He's looking a lot more comfortable here than he did during his last encounter with Zeth. I wonder if he can translate that confidence into a consistent lead. Zeth is under pressure with Ignis leading 2-1. Both of these guys are battling right in the middle of the ladder. Zeth has completely flipped the script here, wiping out that early lead in a hurry. He really looks like he's owning the mental game today. He's simply not letting up, putting together a strong 3-round stretch. What a scramble! Both players were nearly depleted, but he somehow walks away with this one. Their last meeting on the dunes went exactly like this. He's simply unstoppable right now, picking up his 5th straight round win. The slight favorite is playing perfectly to his role. He's showing some grit now, putting a stop to that runaway lead. A solid response from a guy who's been fighting uphill all day. Zeth has a narrow lead in their all-time series, winning about 51% of their fights. And honestly, he's looking very comfortable maintaining that psychological edge. It will be tough for Ignis to shake this feeling of defeat. He's showing a lot of heart here, clawing his way back into this match. He's not letting those recent losses to Aura and Silas weigh him down. Absolutely nail-biting finish. He barely survives that exchange with practically nothing left in the tank. Total nail-biter there, just barely holding on to the round. Zeth takes a strong 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, this is everything we didn't expect to see from the underdog. He's playing very aggressively and looks like he's going to steal this one. Time to see if the lead holds. Zeth is cruising comfortably at 8-5. That was a much cleaner trade on the trigger. Looking at his overall career, that's a strong 49% clip. Zeth is firmly in the driver's seat at 9-5. Fast and decisive, that was a quick piece of work. The gaps are definitely closing here, as Ignis starts to chip away at that lead. He's definitely finding his footing after that rough outing on the dunes. He's continuing this charge with a perfectly timed shot, keeping the pressure high. Pure aggression on the offensive end right now. Zeth holds a commanding 10-7 advantage. He looks far more confident than he did against Omnic earlier today. Zeth is really putting the squeeze on him now. Ignis is going to need a serious answer quickly. Unbelievable. Zeth barely scraps through that chaotic firefight to move within 1 round of victory. A strong response from Ignis though. Zeth still only needs 1 more to secure the victory. He's certainly not making this a walk in the park for the favorite. Another clean look for Ignis, putting some distance between him and the finish line. A huge swing in momentum for the man under pressure. What an absolute shutdown. Zeth closes the series with a perfect final engagement to seal the deal. He's just too consistent right now, proving that his run of form lately is the real deal regardless of the map. Ignis historically holds a massive edge here, winning 64% of their lifetime matches. He usually looks very comfortable against Omnic. I want to see if that psychological advantage holds up as the match progresses. Absolutely effortless. He just can't find a way to shut him down. Ignis manages to pull through a messy exchange, showing some real grit to claw back into this. Still seems far too early to call this a total collapse for him. Unbelievable. He nearly went down in that chaotic scramble, but somehow secures the second straight victory. That's an incredible escape, barely hanging on there. Omnic's cruising now, leading 4-2. Both of them have been putting in long hours today. Omnic really needs to shake off that rough 13-23 run from today. He's definitely showing more confidence now than he did in his other matches. It will be interesting to see if he can maintain this pace through the half. A perfect sequence there, and the momentum has completely swung in his favor. He's really flipping the script from that earlier loss on Italy. A quick response from Ignis to put a stop to that run. He looks much more like the favorite after that exchange. Omnic is simply dominant, extending his lead to 7-3. He is truly turning things around after that Italy loss. Omnic just took him right off the boxes, and the gap is starting to feel like a canyon. He's putting everything he has into this set today. Omnic is sitting on a huge 9-3 lead coming into the break. Well, everything about this match said Ignis should be cruising. We're seeing a complete reversal of the rankings here. Let's see a new approach here. Omnic is just relentless, pushing it to a 10-3 lead. The higher ranked player is really struggling to find an answer here. These rounds are flying by. Omnic is just ending them instantly at this point. Ignis is refusing to go down quietly, picking up a crucial point to keep himself in the conversation. Another clean exchange, and now he is just a single round away from closing the door. A quick reflex play from the trailing player to keep this fight alive. The skill gap between them is usually much tighter than this. He's putting up a fight, picking up his second consecutive point here. Game over. He shuts the door by taking the final fight right off the ramp. That sub 1 second reaction time was just too much for him to handle. A huge statement win from a guy who's usually at the bottom of the head-to-head. Zeth holds a clear lifetime edge in these encounters, winning 52% of their total matches. Looking at the current form, he's really hitting his stride today. He's clearly playing with a lot more confidence than Omnic right now. Zeth is firmly in control at 2-1. Expectations were high for Omnic entering this one, but he's fighting an uphill battle. This series is a total toss-up right now. They're trading blows and neither one can find a way to break the other. Omnic is starting to pull away, and that play from the ramp really sealed the deal this round. What a scramble! Zeth barely walks away with this one from the ramp, leveling the series at 3-3. The lower ranked player is definitely punching up in this set. Omnic is really picking up steam here, taking out Zeth right off the ramp. He's finally starting to look like the favorite we expected. Omnic has been struggling today with a record of 14-22. It's surprising to see him holding such a comfortable lead given how tough his last few matches have been. He seems to have found the solution to Zeth's style this series. Zeth keeps the pressure on by taking the opponent off the ramp. He needed that one to keep the game within reach. It's a gritty fight as we approach the half. He's refusing to back down, keeping his composure to stay within striking distance. His recent form has been a struggle, but the tide is turning. We're sitting at a 6-all deadlock. Well, Zeth had a better map percentage coming into this, but he's barely held his own here. I'm expecting a very close second half with these two. Time to see who blinks first. He earns a clean look from the ramp, refusing to let his lead slip away. He's really capitalizing on his momentum as the underdog here. Zeth answers back with another strong play from the ramp, showing some real grit today. That's a really clean stretch of play he's put together. Omnic just puts an end to that streak with a sharp play from the ramp, bringing this set right back to a dead heat. Zeth has a more efficient day overall with a 14-8 record. Omnic completely shut that down, forcing Zeth off the ramp for another quick win. The lower rated player is really holding his own here. He's absolutely on fire, claiming another victory from the ramp to extend his run. Zeth is showing immense resilience, leveling the score at 9-9 with another victory from the ramp. The pressure is absolutely mounting for both these players right now. Zeth keeps his poise from the ramp to shut down that momentum, continuing his climb back into this game. It's becoming a real battle of wills out there. The comeback continues as Zeth digs in to take his third straight, closing in on the finish. Unbelievable. He clutches this battle out with a sliver of health left to move within a single round of victory. Absolutely nails the timing on that close fight. A cautious exchange here, but he emerges untouched and keeps the dream alive for now. He's really fighting to keep his head above water. What an incredible fight. Omnic barely scrapes through that encounter to keep the dream alive. Pure chaos. Neither of these two is letting up. Absolute brilliance from Zeth to close this out and secure the victory. He just barely managed to hold his ground there. Omnic really played out of his skin to push this to the limit. What a fight! Zeth has a 90% win rate in his last 10 matches. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this server. This is a big mental advantage for him after taking their most recent encounter as well. Zeth is cruising right now with a 2-1 lead. He's proving to be the more consistent force today. We've got a dead hit now. Neither player is willing to give an inch early on. Expectations were high for the higher seed, but this is anyone's game. Unreal, Ignis barely clings on to survive a chaotic clash from the box to take the lead. Absolute parity now. Ignis and Zeth are locked at 3 apiece. Ignis surges ahead, holding a slim 1-round advantage. He's fighting through a rough stretch after those 2 losses to start the day. Ignis has a slightly higher overall win rate on the server. He's really using that confidence to put together a significant run right now. Zeth is clearly feeling the pressure as he tries to claw back into this game. Ignis is really pulling away now with a 6-4 cushion. Zeth has usually had the edge in their long history. It's become a real back and forth battle now, with neither one able to string together a long run. Ignis heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. He's showing why he entered this map as the favorite. It's a close fight, but the higher rated player is holding his ground. New sides, new opportunities. Ignis is really dominating, pushing his lead to 8-5. The higher rated player is starting to feel the pressure here. Ignis is firmly in control at 9-5. A surprising turn compared to their previous Karshilesma on Blame Orange. Zeth answers back quickly here, keeping his hopes alive as the lead shrinks to 3. His recent form across the board is really starting to show. Zeth continues to chip away at the gap, refusing to let his opponent run away with this series. What a scramble! He nearly goes down in a brutal exchange, but barely survives the chaos to take it. Man, he is refusing to go down easily today. Zeth simply refuses to let this slip, knocking Ignis off the box to keep his comeback alive. Another effortless takedown for Zeth, who is showing some serious grit as he narrows this gap. The underdog is putting on a hell of a show. Ignis puts a stop to that momentum swing just in time. That puts him in a strong position despite the rating gap. A lightning fast reaction there, putting him on the verge of victory. That's a clean way to seize control of the endgame. And that's it. He closes out the series with an absolute shutdown to claim the victory. He really fought back, but he just couldn't find the closing power to match that top-end speed we saw from Ignis today. Ignis really used that height advantage on the ramp to snap things open quickly. Ignis usually owns this rivalry with 70 wins in their head-to-head history, and honestly, the gap in a total number of matches played suggests a much more seasoned competitor. It will be interesting to see if those veteran instincts can kick in while they're fighting to get back in control. Ignis is cruising with a dominant 3-1 lead. He's certainly making the most of that rating advantage. Omnic is fighting back, and he's looking much sharper than usual early in this set. What a scramble! Omnic barely hangs on with his life and manages to pull the series level. He is simply untouchable right now, picking up another quick one to take the lead. Ignis secures the tie at 4-4 by raining down fire from the boost. That's a quick reset for the favorite to keep things tight. Omnic just edges ahead again, clutching a 5-4 lead. He is certainly proving he can trade blows with a higher seed. And just like that, Ignis locks it up at 5 apiece. It's a stark contrast to that quick 13-6 result earlier today. Omnic is really putting on the pressure here, managing to shut down the ramp hold for another round. It's definitely a closer set than their previous meetings this afternoon. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, he is completely defying the odds here. Despite the historical gap in win rates, he's looking every bit as dangerous as the favorite right now. Time to see if Ignis reacts. Omnic holds a slim 7-6 edge as they reset. That's exactly why he's entered this match as the favorite. Omnic handles him easily from the Tetris, and now he's really starting to distance himself in this match. Omnic really seems to be leaning into the momentum from their last head-to-head meeting. That previous victory in the series clearly gave him a psychological edge today. It will be a huge test for Ignis to see if he can find a way to disrupt this current run. The pressure is just too much right now, and he secures another win to move to 11-6. Ignis really needs to shake off a tough morning. He just completely takes over, clearing the box to put himself on the verge of victory. Ignis digs deep and holds his ground from the box to keep this match alive. A critical stop to keep the pressure on his opponent. What a finish! Omnic lands the final shot to close it out and take the victory. He really just dominated the pace today. It's a massive statement win given how often he struggled against this opponent. Zeth takes the lead early after catching Omnic coming around that ramp. Zeth holds a slim advantage in their overall head-to-head, and honestly he's been the more reliable force lately with an 80% win rate in his last 10. It will be interesting to see if Omnic can actually reverse that trend today. Things are completely deadlocked at 2 apiece now. Zeth certainly looks like the more confident player today. Zeth is on a roll right now, picking up 2 fast kills in a row to solidify that lead. Neither player is giving an inch here. We've got a real toss-up on our hands. Omnic is proving he can handle the pressure today. Omnic just clawed back ahead, leading it 4-3. Both of these guys have a nearly identical win rate on this setup. Zeth just reclaimed the advantage, punishing Omnic from that window angle. Zeth's superior rank is starting to reflect in these clutch moments. Omnic was too quick for him there, just dragging him right off that toolbox. He's really making a case for the favorite tag right now. Omnic has been fighting an uphill battle throughout the day with a 15-21 record, you know. It's clear he's in a desperate fight to turn his luck around. If he can close out this lead, it would be a huge turnaround for his session. Omnic holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break, and honestly he is putting that slight favorite tag to good use. Zeth is staying right in the game, so we should see a very competitive second half. Zeth needs a fast start here. Omnic really just shrugged off the pressure, picking Zeth right off the ramp. That's a solid bounce back after the red line clash. Omnic is just dominating now, sitting comfortably at 9-5. He's clearly shaking off the loss from their earlier encounter. Absolute perfection from Omnic, taking another round without giving up a single point of health. Zeth responds immediately with a sharp snap to the head. The gap is widening quickly, and Omnic is just a few quick steps away from wrapping this whole thing up. Unbelievable, he just barely edges it out in a brutal exchange to reach match point. That was a nail-biter for the finish. Zeth puts up a strong fight here, delivering a clean shot to keep his hopes alive. He needed to find an answer there to keep this game viable. And that's it. Omnic clears the window with a total shutout to secure the match. He's looking like a completely different player now, finally shaking off those early losses from his session. Ignis enters this one as the heavy favorite based on their overall odds, but he's coming off a tough series of losses. It's interesting because he's actually owned the head-to-head recently. We'll see if Zeth can keep that early momentum going. Zeth is just edging ahead with a tight 2-1 lead. He really seems to be making a case for himself here. Unreal. He almost went down there, but he managed to scrap through with a tiny sliver of health. Pure dominance right now. He's just completely outclassing his opponent. He's really flipping the script from their last encounter. A completely clean trade for Ignis as he starts to chip away at that deficit. The underdog is finally starting to put up some resistance. That's another flawless round for him, showing some serious grit to close the gap. Just a reminder that Zeth started this game as the favorite. Zeth's recent form is impressive, with a 70% win rate over his last 10 games. It's keeping him confident despite the gaps in his map experience. He's definitely playing like the favorite right now. What a fight! Ignis barely manages to scrape by after that brutal trade, pulling himself back into the contest. Zeth still holds a comfortable 3-round cushion. He's definitely asserting his authority on the ladder right now. Zeth holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, the favorite is clearly struggling to keep pace. We're looking at a legitimate shock here if Zeth keeps this pressure up. Fresh start for both players. Zeth's firmly in the driver's seat at 8-5. It's a complete turnaround from the results we saw just a few matches ago. Zeth is really pulling away now, leading 9-5. The head-to-head history is finally starting to reflect in the score. What a brawl! Both of them were nearly depleted, but Ignis just barely edges out the victory. That was an absolute nail-biter of a trade. Zeth is putting a huge stranglehold on this, leading 10-6. Just an absolute blink, and you miss it elimination. Ignis holds that high ground perfectly, taking the kill from Divine to keep this close. Zeth has been a bit more shaky throughout his day. Zeth is really putting on a show, just consistently hitting those headshots to put some distance between himself and Ignis. A total shutdown on that play, leaving him just one more victory from the series win. And there it is! A perfect final shot closes the door on this series. He looked completely in control throughout that set, proving that he's more than capable of handling this specific map. Ignis has a massive historical advantage with over 70 wins in their head-to-head history. It's clear that Omnic is currently fighting against the trend. He's trying to prove that his early lead isn't just a fluke. He simply refuses to let up, blasting Ignis right off the ramp to take a commanding 3-0 lead. Absolutely ruthless. He's just outclassing everything Ignis throws at him right now. Ignis gets on the board at last, shaking off that early pressure. He's finally finding a gap in that defense. A total shutout here, and he's now put together a solid couple of rounds to close the gap. The comeback is officially in full swing as he secures a third straight victory. The favorite is finally looking like the man to beat today. Omnic holds his ground on the ramp to hold the momentum, pushing his lead to 5-3. Omnic is really putting on a show with that 15-20 run over the last day. He's clearly playing with a lot of confidence right now. It'll be interesting to see if Ignis can find some stability before this completely slips away. A quick snap to clean up the player on the ramp right before the break. He's certainly fighting to get back to his usual standard today. We've got a 7-5 lead for Omnic. I mean, it's a surprising start for the underdog given the history here. Ignis has the map experience, but he's simply not finding his footing early on. Time for a fresh start. He's showing some real grit, narrowing the gap to just one round. Expectations are starting to align with that top-tier ranking. Both of them were fighting for that ramp control, but Omnic just had the faster reaction this time. He really seems to have an edge in this specific rivalry lately. He holds a strong line from the ramp, continuing this impressive surge back into the match. He's definitely showing the skill that put him at the top of the ladder. Omnic keeps his nose ahead at 9-7. It's a different story than that 13-7 defeat on the Blame map. He secures the win from the Tetris, refusing to let this map slip away. The pressure is really mounting for the higher seed here. They both climbed up to the ramp for that one, but Omnic was just a fraction faster. A really dominant stretch for the underdog so far. Ignis secures his lead from the ramp, showing some real heart in this comeback. He's finally leaning into that superior ladder ranking. He manages to drag the opponent off the ramp, bringing this series to a deadlock. A complete reset for both of them heading into the final stretch. What a scramble! Omnic barely clings to his life after that brawl, but he gets the final word. Pure chaos on the board, yet he somehow walks away with the round. Ignis is simply not folding, clawing his way back to a dead heat. This is exactly the kind of nail-biter the crowd wanted. What a recovery! He just takes total control now and stands on the verge of victory. His superior experience is starting to show in the clutch. Unbelievable, he catches Ignis off the ramp to force this series into overtime. Absolute madness, the lower seed has completely flipped the script. What a statement shot, barely taking any damage to reclaim the lead. Just a reminder, the pressure is on for that top rank to finish this. An absolute wall of resistance from the higher seed right now. Hard to ignore the gap in a series like this. Omnic catches him right there on the ramp, and suddenly this series is wide open again. He's putting up a real fight despite the ranking gap. Pure precision from Ignis, who is now just a single round away from closing this out. That's just the kind of composure you'd expect from a top-tier talent. Huge play to keep the dream alive, denying that match point with a clean shot up the ramp. He's refusing to let the rankings dictate this game. Unbelievable. Ignis closes the door with a perfect finish to complete an incredible comeback victory. The mental fortitude on display there was just staggering, especially with how close this really stayed until the end. He had to dig deep for that one. What a fight. Zeph usually handles this rivalry well, historically winning over half of their encounters. But it's hard to ignore that Omnic just beat him quite convincingly in their most recent meeting. We'll see if that previous result weighs on Zeph's confidence tonight. Zeph is really controlling the pace with a 2-1 lead. He's definitely making the most of his 16-10 record today. He's just punishing Omnic from the box to extend his lead. The higher rated man is definitely asserting himself here. Absolutely untouchable right now. He outduels Omnic from the box to take a commanding lead. Just a total steamroll now. Zeth keeps the momentum swinging his way. Slightly surprising to see the pre-match favorite struggling this much. Omnic fires back quickly, refusing to let the gap widen further. A shaky start for the man the odds favorite coming in. Omnic simply refuses to quit, picking Zeth right off the box to keep this rally going. Zeth really looks comfortable tonight, putting up a 16-10 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this series. He's quickly erasing the memory of his previous loss to this opponent. Zeth is simply too quick from the box, reclaiming control as we head toward the break. Zeth takes a heavy 9-3 lead into the intermission. This is way more one-sided than we expected, given how close they usually play. He really took over with that 5-round run to put Omnic in a hole. Let's see if Omnic finds a spark. Omnic still trails by 5 as we restart. He is certainly fighting an uphill climb against his overall win rate. Omnic just stepped right up and cleared him of that box. He's starting to put some pressure on Zeth. The gap in their total experience is minimal, with both having played hundreds here. He's on fire now, taking another round without losing a single point of health. He's proving his high rating isn't just for show. He just doesn't look phased, dropping Zeth off the box to maintain this blistering pace. The pressure is starting to mount for Zeth. Zeth asserts himself again from the box to regain a bit of ground. Zeth is really tightening the screws here, closing in on the finish line with a very steady performance. Omnic keeps things interesting, staying within striking distance as we move into the 20s. He's had a tougher run overall in the league today. And just like that, Zeth puts himself in a position to close this out right now. He's showing a lot of poise in the clutch tonight. A sharp response here, keeping the dream alive for just a bit longer. It's a tough spot to be in, but he's shown resilience throughout the series. And there it is, Zeth closes the deal and secures the victory. He's really dominating this particular matchup lately, taking a big step back toward the top of the leaderboard today. Zeth is starting strong after taking 52% of their previous encounters. It makes sense given how well he's been playing in his last few matches. We'll see if he can keep this pace and close it out early. Ignis strikes back, bringing us dead even at 1 apiece. He's definitely fighting back after that tough loss on Italy P. Ignis claims the lead, putting Zeth on the back foot. That's a huge shift from the way Zeth controlled their last head-to-head. Unbelievable. He clears the ramp and manages to clutch out a round with just a sliver of health left. A tough spot for the higher-rated player to be in. Zeth answers back quickly to keep this contest close. He's definitely showing why he holds that higher spot on the ladder. Zeth is taking full control of the tempo right now, keeping his eyes glued to the Tetris for another win. Ignis is playing really fast right now, quickly shutting down Zeth's attempt to hold the ramp. Zeth hasn't been struggling much since his recent win against Omnic. Absolute madness. Ignis barely hangs on after a brutal fight from the ramp to extend his lead. Ignis keeps the heat on with another clean outplay from the ramp. It's a complete flip from that Italy P series earlier today. Zeth puts on a clinic here, effortlessly shutting down the momentum to get within 2. He's finding his footing again, securing this round from the box to close the gap. Ignis goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, the expected result is playing out so far. Zeth is keeping the score respectable, but the favorites are holding a steady advantage here. Let's see how Zeth responds now. Ignis just completely shut him down, forcing Zeth right off that ramp.
He's having a much better run of form lately.
Ignis is really leaning into this lead, just picking Zeth apart even when he tries to hold the high ground. Whoa, what a scramble! He barely survives that exchange to make it 3 straight for Ignis. Zeth manages to outduel him right off the ramp to stay in the fight. Zeth is really putting the pressure on now, utilizing the Tetris beautifully to bridge the gap. He is absolutely on fire now, securing a 3rd straight victory to keep the pressure mounting. Ignis holds the high ground on the ramp to break the momentum. He is really fighting to reverse that result from earlier today. What a sharp response. Ignis completely shuts the door on that comeback attempt. Zeth puts up a strong fight from the box to keep his hopes alive. He's certainly showing the class expected of the top-seeded player. Unreal. Ignis storms back to close the series with a clutch finish. He really had to scramble for it, especially with those few close calls where he barely walked away. Zeth threw everything at him, but the grit was just on another level. What a fight. Ignis has been very successful in this matchup with 71 head-to-head wins. It's a significant historical gap that makes it difficult for Omnic to find a way through. Now the pressure is on the lower ranked player to pivot his approach early. Wow, what a scramble. He barely scrapes by with a sliver of health to stay perfect. The top seed is making this look easy so far. A huge response from Omnic, raining fire from the ramp to keep this series alive. He's fighting a tough uphill battle as the underdog here. Ignis is dominating this set with a commanding 4-1 lead. He's looking very comfortable after that tight win on Redline. He refuses to go away, digging deep to keep this contest competitive. That was a lightning fast exchange for the cleaner sweep. Ignis has been putting in a heavy shift today with a 19-16 record. You can tell that confidence is bleeding into his play in this set. It will be interesting to see if Omnic can actually disrupt this flow. A perfectly timed shot secures another for Omnic, who is showing real grit in this series. He's proving why he's ranked inside the top 20. Ignis puts an end to that quick charge, picking Omnic right off the ramp to extend the lead. Ignis is just too sharp today, holding that ramp perfectly to shut everything down. He has definitely played the role of favorite today. Unreal, he survives on a prayer with just 5 HP to secure his third straight win. The higher seed is just completely taking control of the tempo. It's 9-3 in favor of Ignis. He's essentially carving through this match just as we predicted. Omnic needs a massive change in strategy to bridge this 6-round gap in the second half. Let's see if Omnic can rally. Ignis is practically untouchable, now sitting on a 9-4 lead. He's fighting for a foothold after that rough outing on Redline. Ignis is just too quick today, using that ramp height to shut down any chance of a comeback. Looking at the ranking, that's a tough gap to overcome. Ignis is just cruising along with a 10-5 cushion. A strong bounce back for the 32nd seed. Ignis is just outclassing him, moving to a 10-6 lead. He's on fire now, snagging another victory from the window to keep his streak alive. A surprising turn for the lower rated player here. He's simply not stopping, charging forward with another victory to keep the pressure high. He catches his opponent while perched up on the ramp, continuing the roll. A precise shot from the ramp puts him just one round away from victory. He has really lived up to his ranking in this encounter. A quick response here by Omnic, keeping the dream alive by denying the closing blow. A high pressure hold that slows the momentum down just a bit. A gritty exchange as both players trade heavy damage, but Omnic keeps his composure to stay alive. The momentum has shifted completely back toward the bottom seed. And that's it. Ignis closes the door with a perfect finish to seal the victory. Omnic really pushed him to the limit here, but the consistency of the top seed just barely edged him out. What a fight. Zef has a clear historical advantage here with a 49% win rate on this particular map. It makes the early lead for Omnic even more surprising, given how much more comfortable Zef usually looks in these exchanges. We'll see if this is just a fluke start. Omnic is putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. He's showing a bit more consistency than we've seen from the other side lately. Zef is really starting to push the pace now, taking control of the server from the ramp. Zef had a solid 13-9 result in their last head-to-head meeting. Omnic holds a slim 3-2 lead as we reset. The underdog is really fighting the tide today. We've hit a deadlock with Zeth leveling it at 3-all. Zeth is definitely looking for another strong showing today. Things are moving quickly now, as both of these players are just trading rounds back and forth. He's really trying to shake off those recent losses. Omnic reads the angle perfectly and picks him right off the ramp to extend this lead. Really shaking off that recent 3-game slump with these kinds of rounds. He's just unstoppable right now, taking complete control of this set. A very different look compared to his recent losses today. He is completely outclassing his opponent right now, extending that streak to 4 straight. Zeth answers back immediately with a clean finish to keep things interesting. Omnic takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's completely flipped the script on this series. He's comfortably ahead despite his dismal 34% win rate on Mappas. Let's see if Zed can fight back. Omnic is really feeling the pressure now after a tough day with a 14-22 record in the last 24 hours. He's likely shaking off a lot of frustration coming into this half. The real question is whether Zeth can capitalize on that mental fatigue and narrow this gap further. Omnic is just cruising, holding a huge 5-round cushion. His overall career record is still trailing behind Zeth's. He manages to claw through the trade and secures another win, extending his run to 3. Zeth puts an end to the run, taking the win from the boxes. He's certainly fighting to maintain that historical lead in the head-to-head. A fierce trade here, but he manages to come out on top to reach match point. He's certainly proving why the odds favored him heading into this one. Zeth gets a huge burst of speed here to keep the dream alive. Still trying to overcome the uphill climb he's facing today. Unbelievable. He barely survives that exchange and closes out the series in the most intense way possible. He really clawed his way back from the brink there to seal the deal. Such an intense finish to a high-stakes battle. What a fight. Zeth currently holds a slight edge in their overall head-to-head rivalry. It's interesting because Ignis has actually taken the last 5 maps they've played together. He'll want to maintain this early pressure to keep that streak from restarting. Zeth is cruising with a 2-1 lead right now. The favorite is finally starting to look a bit shaky. These fights are happening so fast, Zeth is practically ending them in the blink of an eye. He's comfortably controlling the pace for now. Zeth is absolutely dominating this set, leading 4-1. A completely effortless sequence there, and he's starting to put some pressure back on his opponent. The underdog has finally found a way to trade blows. Zeth is currently leaning into a stronger daily form with 17 wins so far. It's creating a real contrast since he entered this map as the favorite. He needs to maintain this tempo to avoid a late game collapse. Zeth still holds a commanding 6-3 advantage here. He really is a dangerous opponent when he has this kind of momentum. He just can't be stopped right now. That's another clean win for the trailing player. He's quickly clawing back into this contest. He is on fire now, putting up another huge frame for the trailing side. This is a total reversal of the early game. Zeth leads 7-5 heading into the break. The roles are completely swapped right now. Ignis is struggling to secure his lead despite having the better map record. Ignis needs to wake up now. Zeth just shuts him down right there on the ramp to extend the gap even further. That's a great showing given the close gap on the ladder. Zeth is just relentless, pushing it to 9-5. Both of these competitors are fighting for a spot in the top 30. Both players took a lot of damage, but he manages to outlast Ignis to keep this run going. He's really capitalizing on this momentum swing. He's just completely in control now, picking up another one to keep the streak alive. Good heavens, he survives by a mere sliver of health to keep that streak alive. The sheer luck on that last exchange was unbelievable. What a finish! He just closes the door on this map with a lightning fast strike. A massive statement from him after those tough losses earlier today. He completely shrugged off that losing streak to take it all. Ignis comes out swinging with a strong start, capitalizing on that ramp advantage to take the opening round. Omnic is showing zero fear here, keeping things even after a fast trade of rounds. The underdog is definitely looking for a breakthrough here. Ignis is simply too quick on the draw, catching Omnic right as he tried to push off that ramp. The a priori favorite is establishing his control early. Ignis is currently leading a historic head-to-head battle where he holds a significant 64% win rate over Omnic. It's clear that historical familiarity is playing a role in the way he's dictated the pace this match. The question is whether Omnic can find a way to disrupt this pattern.
Omnic secures a clean look from the ramp, refusing to let that deficit grow.
He's certainly not folding despite the initial pressure. Omnic is keeping his composure, simply sweeping the opponent right off the ramp. A very sharp sequence to get the score right back to a one-round gap. Ignis puts an end to that brief surge by securing another point from the ramp.
That higher seed looks very comfortable with this lead. Ignis is firmly in the driver's seat at 6-3. The top 30 ranking of the server is really showing right now.
He's putting up a serious fight now, keeping the gap from widening as the match moves forward. Definitely making it an interesting series for the favorite. A lightning fast reflex play as he keeps the pressure high heading into the break. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, everything is playing out exactly as expected. The higher ranked player is holding his ground, though Omnic is fighting hard to keep this competitive. Time to see if Omnic pivots. Ignis just keeps that advantage, shutting the door from the ramp to extend his lead.
This is a stark contrast to how the lower seeded guy performed earlier today.
Ignis is really starting to snowball here, putting Omnic in a tough spot with that 4-round surge.
Just a reflection of how their last encounter on Fast Time went.
Omnic is playing a huge catch-up game, and he's really having to fight for every single point. You know, he's coming off a tough 15-20 stretch today, so this rally is a massive confidence boost. He needs to keep this momentum going if he wants to flip the script. Omnic is really fighting back here, using that ramp elevation to keep himself in the game. Ignis is simply refusing to let this match slip, holding on to that high ground to extend his lead.
That 48% success rate on this territory is playing a huge part.
Omnic just read him perfectly, shaking Ignis right off that ramp to claw back another round.
He is clearly drawing on that confidence from his recent victory over Zeph.
What a frantic exchange! Ignis barely survives that firefight to put himself on match point. Unbelievable! He scrapes through a desperate battle to secure the match victory. He really had to clutch up those final moments. Omnic played his heart out, but he just couldn't find a way to close the gap. What a fight! Zeth holds a slight advantage in their overall head-to-head record over the long term, but Omnic actually walked away with their most recent encounter. It will be interesting to see who takes the momentum from this early round. Zeth keeps the heat with a 2-1 lead. The odds were leaning his way going into this series. Omnic really capitalizes on that mistake and takes Zeth right off the wine. Both players have a lot of distance to cover today. Omnic just cleared the ledge to take a commanding lead in this match. Zeth had a great result against Ignis earlier, but he's feeling the pressure now. Zeth answers right back, evening things up at 3-0. He's definitely fighting through a tough day with those 15 losses. Omnic regains the upper hand, pushing ahead 4-3. Zeth has historically played this map better than his opponent. Zeth strikes back, and we are deadlocked at 4 apiece. The higher rated competitor is definitely starting to assert himself. Zeth is really starting to put the pressure on now, taking control of the pace. That was a quick sequence to secure the lead. Zeth is on fire now, picking up another fast round to push the lead to 6-4. He finds a quick response here to keep things close heading into the final round of the half. We've got a total stalemate at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, this is exactly the level of parity we anticipated. Both players looked sharp, trading 3-round bursts throughout the first half. Time to see who blinks first. What a scramble! Omnic barely survives that chaotic exchange to take a narrow lead. Total chaos there, but he managed to keep his cool. Zeth answers back immediately. We're tied up at 7. Omnic manages to find him out on the wine, extending that thin margin of lead. Omnic is putting together a strong run here. Well, it's quite an impressive shift in control, considering he's a bit further down the ladder compared to Zeth. He seems to have fully shifted the momentum in his favor. And just like that, Omnic forces a 9-9 deadlock. That was an incredibly fast response. Omnic is really starting to put the pressure on now. Zeth makes a strong play to trade back, picking him off from the Tetris to keep this absolutely wide open. Zeth is leaning on that superior all-time win rate right now. They've been trading back and forth like this for minutes now, and Omnic is just a hair away from closing it out. Zeth's overall numbers usually give him the edge in these wars. It's a complete toss-up. Whoever keeps their cool for the next few minutes will likely take this series. He looks a bit more comfortable now after that tough start to his day. A brutal slugfest, but he manages to scrap through to a huge 12-11 advantage. He's really validating that favorite tag as we hit the closing stretch. Zeth makes a huge stand here, securing a flawless round to force this match into overtime. Both guys are playing right at their ceiling today. Omnic is really putting on a show here, nearly erasing a long-term deficit in this series. It's been an uphill battle today for the lower-ranked competitor. Omnic is looking incredibly sharp right now, effectively shutting down any hope of a comeback for Zeth. Zeth is refusing to go quietly. This is becoming an absolute war of attrition between these two. A total shutdown of the round as he puts himself one step closer to victory. A really crisp finish to put the pressure back on. Zeth shuts that down completely, picking the other man off the wine. Both of these guys are refusing to let the other breathe. Incredible. Omnic secures a perfect final exchange to close out the whole series. He really fought through the pressure to get it done. It's a huge result given how much he struggled today. What a fight. Zeth has overall control of their head-to-head with 55 wins, but Ignis is actually the one looking stronger in their most recent series of clashes. It will be interesting to see if that trend continues today. Zeth is comfortably in the driver's seat at 2-1. He's looking very comfortable as the favorite today. A clean burst and the momentum stays firmly with Zeth, who has now taken 3 in a row. A complete shutdown by Zeth, who is now just on fire. He's really proving why he walked into this as the favorite. Another effortless round for the favorite, extending the run to 5 straight. Ignis finally answers back, picking Zeth right off the ramp. Despite the score, he actually holds a slim lead in the historical rankings. He's digging deep now, securing another victory to chip away at that lead. Zeth is definitely feeling the pressure now. He's completely taken over now, securing another one from the ramp to keep the momentum shifting. A quick flick and the favorite secures another round. A nice recovery for Zeth after that tough stretch. He handles it from the ramp, continuing this impressive climb back into the game. Things are finally starting to even out for Ignis. It's a 7-5 lead for Zeth going into the break. I mean, he's really challenging the script here since most people expected Ignis to run away with this. Zeth is clearly ignoring the pressure. New side. Let's see who blinks. Zeth has an 18-13 record in the last 24 hours. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into the second half. He's just playing extremely confident right now, and honestly, Ignis is looking a bit lost. Let's see if he can shut this down quickly. Ignis keeps the momentum swinging his way, shutting down Zeth right off the ramp. Ignis is really starting to tighten the noose here. Zeth still holds a narrow edge at 9-7. He's certainly leaning into that role of favorite today. Zeth is really making that high ground work for him, staying just out of reach. Both of these guys are sitting right in the middle of the ladder. He just won't go away, refusing to let Zeth close this out with a lightning fast reaction. Zeth is really putting the pressure on, pushing his lead to 3 rounds in a high stakes spot. He's playing like the favorite we expected from the start. What a statement! He completely shuts down that comeback attempt to put himself 1 step away from victory. A total flip from how the early stages of this fight looked. And there it is. Zeth closes the deal with a final shot from the ramp to take the victory. He really asserted his dominance today, proving that his overall lead in the rivalry is no accident. Total control throughout. Ignis usually handles this matchup quite well, owning a 64% head-to-head win rate. But Omnic is coming off a strong victory and seems a lot more confident today. It will be interesting to see if he can keep that energy going. Omnic is putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. He's really trying to erase that last match loss from their memory. These exchanges are happening so quickly, Omnic is barely giving Ignis a second to react. Surprisingly on top, despite the ladder deficit. Omnic keeps his edge, holding on to a 3-2 lead. He's certainly not letting the previous defeat against Omnic get to him. A brutal trade of shots there, but Ignis survives the chaos to even the score. He's managed to survive 2 rounds now on a razor's edge. Absolute control from Ignis, who just wiped out a dangerous run with a completely untouched finish. Omnic answers back immediately, bringing things level in this set. The favorite is starting to look a bit shaken. Omnic is just starting to peel away from the pack now, using that high ground to secure another clean round. He's on a roll now, taking command of the match with 3 straight victories. A complete turnaround from the result we saw on Redline. Ignis manages to close the gap, keeping things tight as they head toward the switch. Just a clean, efficient stop to break that momentum. We're deadlocked at 6-6 heading into the switch. I mean, this is an incredible showing from Omnic. He's completely defied the pre-match expectations and he's playing a flawless game against a superior opponent. Let's see how they handle the swap. Omnic strikes first on this side to grab a 7-6 lead. Both of these guys are putting in long hours today. Omnic is really making a move here, shutting down Ignis from that high perch to extend the lead. He is completely untouchable right now, extending that streak with a perfect encounter. The lower ranked player is simply outclassing him right now. A swift response from Ignis, who refuses to let his opponent close this out quickly. The experience is starting to show through in these tighter moments. Omnic has been fighting an uphill battle with a 37% all-time win rate. So seeing him build such a convincing lead is really something. He is completely rewriting the script for this set. A 4-round lead now. Omnic is really putting on a clinic and looks completely in control. A huge shift in momentum from their clash on Redline. He is simply too fast today. Omnic is now just 1 round away from the win. What a fight! Ignis barely clings to life after that exchange to keep the match going. That was an incredibly tight scramble for the win. He's finding some resilience now, putting up a 2nd straight fight to keep the dream alive. Ignis just snatched that away and takes down the lead from the box. Pure grit from the favorite to claw back into this. What a fight! Omnic survives a chaotic exchange to secure the final victory. He really dug deep to close that one out. It's a huge result for the underdog to take the series. What a fight!
Omnic has the psychological advantage right now, having just taken their last individual encounter, 16-14. It's interesting because Zeth actually holds the overall lead in their head-to-head history. We have to see if he can pivot back to that long-term dominance today. Omnic is cruising with a 2-1 lead right now. He's looking sharp today after that strong 13-10 performance against Ignis. Zeth really needs to find an answer soon. He's just not reacting fast enough against Omnic today. Another completely untouched kill. He's just taken over the server right now. Zeth claws back around here, showing some real grit after that early deficit. The underdog is starting to push back. Holy smokes, he barely scraps through that one, securing the lead at 5-2 after a fierce trade. Surprisingly tight battle considering Zeth holds the higher rank of the two. Unbelievable. He somehow comes out on top after nearly being deleted from the server. The higher seeded player is definitely feeling the pressure now. Omnic is really capitalizing on his current streak, moving up to a 3-round lead. It's a bit surprising given that Zeth generally maintains a positive win percentage when these two meet. I wonder if that trend will finally flip back in Zeth's favor. What an intense exchange. He almost got taken out, but managed to edge out that fight right before the break. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he's playing exactly as expected, despite Zeth having the better historical record on Orange. Zeth is keeping this close, but he needs to stop those streaks if he wants to pull ahead. Let's see if the switch helps Zeth. Omnic extends his cushion to 8-5 with a huge win. He's really defying his typical performance level here. Zeth secures a clean victory from the ramp, proving he's far from out of this. He is fighting from behind, though the ladder generally favors him. That's a pair of quick wins for Zeth, continuing this steady climb back into the match. Everything is shifting for the man who entered as the slight underdog. Omnic maintains a slim 2-round edge at 9-7. Omnic's just pulled ahead further to a 10-7 lead. His recent success today against Ignis is certainly carrying over. He's simply too fast right now, extending the lead to 11-7. Zeth's usual consistency is just not showing up in these exchanges. Zeth gets his head back in the game to stop that momentum. Zeth is looking to get his overall head-to-head lead back on track. Omnic survives a frantic scramble to put himself just 1 round away from victory. Exactly where he wants to be after that strong start. Zeth just put up a huge wall there, keeping himself completely healthy to delay the end. He's certainly fighting to protect that historical advantage. Absolutely effortless, Omnic closes it out with a flawless shot to claim the victory. He's really rewriting his script today, proving that those historical numbers just don't matter when he's this hot.
Zeth currently leads the head-to-head series with 56 wins overall. But he's facing an opponent who has actually won their last 5 encounters. It'll be interesting to see if Ignis can get back to that winning streak today. Both players were fighting for the high ground there, but Ignis just came out on top. The favorite is definitely feeling the pressure right now. We've got a dead heat as Ignis and Zeth reset. Zeth is fighting hard to keep his higher seed standing. Ignis holds a slim lead as we head back in. Both players are struggling for consistency today. That was incredibly quick. Zeth is definitely not letting any space open up in this one. Ignis just edges ahead, making it 4-3 right now. Zeth had the upper hand in their most recent series. Ignis is just playing too aggressive right now, using that ramp to put him in a tough spot. The ladder rating between these two is incredibly close. Zeth puts a stop to that momentum, utilizing the ramp to tie things up. He's trying to regain the dominance shown in their previous meeting. Absolute chaos there as Ignis survives a brutal exchange on the ramp to pull ahead 6-4. A real battle for priority among those lower ladder seeds. Zeth manages to take the map back from the Tetris and we're right back to a toss-up. Zeth is looking to turn things around after his rough start today. We're all square at 6-6 as we head into the switch. I mean, Ignis is playing exactly how we'd expect the top seed to play in a tight spot. Both of these guys are proving they can hold their own today. Zeth claws back into a 7-6 lead. He's definitely putting those recent match losses behind him. Ignis just completely shut down Zeth's run by catching him right there on the ramp. It's a total toss-up given how close they are on the ladder. Ignis is back in the driver's seat at 8-7. That was just an instant delete. Unbelievable. He barely keeps his head above water to extend his run to 3 straight. Zeth has definitely seen better days in his recent set. He just keeps rolling, picking him right off the ramp to reach double digits. He's putting a lot of pressure on the one who was touted as the clear favorite. Zeth keeps the fight alive by striking from the Tetris, refusing to let the gap widen. Zeth is definitely starting to wake up. Goodness, he just barely survived that exchange from the ramp to keep his momentum going. He's refusing to let the gap widen. Zeth is on fire now, completely erasing the gap to bring this match level. Zeth completely takes over, picking Ignis off the ramp to move within 2 of the finish line. Exactly the kind of performance you'd expect from the heavy favorite. A fast exchange there, and Ignis is back in the game to tie it up. He really just snatched the control back in an instant. Zeth secures a pivotal round from the ramp, putting him just 1 step away from victory. He completely shuts the door on any momentum shift. What a scramble. Ignis survives by the skin of his teeth to force a tie at 12-12. Absolute nerves of steel to clutch that out. Ignis really just owns that ramp today. He's completely shut down everything Zeth is trying to do. Looking at the ratings, these two are practically twins on the ladder. Zeph is showing incredible resolve, picking his opponent off the ramp to keep this deadlock alive. A clean response to get this thing back to an even split. He's truly digging deep here, taking another round to maintain his narrow advantage. Just an absolute blitz to seize control. The sheer speed of those exchanges is just brutal. A brutal run of rounds for the one in the red. He answers back with a fierce response, keeping his hopes alive in his overtime thriller. Talk about a sudden shift in the air. A lightning fast shot from the boxes puts him back in control at 15-15. A perfect read to bring everything back to a standstill. Zeth clinches it again, taking a narrow 16-15 lead. Ignis answers back to tie it up at 16-all. Zeth barely holds his grip on the lead. What a sudden response to keep his narrow lead. Zeth pulls way ahead, now sitting at 18-16. His composure throughout this overtime has been impressive. Zeth is just dominating now, pushing the lead to 19-16. He just couldn't find a way to close out those final rounds in overtime. Ignis fought so hard to stay in this one. He really earned that win. Omnic comes out swinging, catching Ignis right as he climbed that ramp. Unbelievable! He claws back into the lead with a tiny sliver of health left. The overall head-to-head heavily favors Ignis. Ignis has generally dominated this pairing throughout their history, winning over 60% of their matches. That's a huge psychological weight to carry, and now he's looking to use this momentum to keep Omnic completely out of the match. He's just untouchable right now, extending that streak to 4 straight. And this follows a rough start to the day for him. He's just completely shut him down, putting a stranglehold on this match. Looking very different from their last clash on the dunes. He's absolutely crushing his opponent, picking up another winner from the ramp. He's really making up for those recent struggles. A 7-round surge. Ignis is simply not allowing any room for a comeback. He's flipping the script after those previous losses earlier today. What a nail biter! He barely walks away from that exchange, keeping the streak alive for an 8th time. Absolute chaos. He barely survived that one. Omnic finally breaks through and gets the round for himself. Coming into this one with a highly respectable recent run of form. Omnic is currently boasting a 60% win rate over his last 10 games. It's clear he's riding a wave of confidence right now. He's proving that his recent surge isn't just a fluke, especially after taking a series of tough matches today. I wonder if he can keep this pressure up. Ignis takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. Everything is playing out exactly how we expected. He's leaning on that strong head-to-head record to put Omnic on the defensive. Ignis is just miles ahead now at 10-3. A quick exchange, but he gets the job done perfectly. He is just completely erasing any chance for a comeback here. He's definitely reclaiming his status as the favorite in this series. Omnic is refusing to go down quietly, showing some real grit in these later rounds. Ignis had a tough time today, dropping 3 of his last few. Omnic is putting on some serious pressure now. He's managed to force a tight sequence of rounds to keep himself in this.
He's really leaning into those results from the dunes.
He's just too fast. Ignis puts the pressure back on and moves himself to a single round away from victory. He delivers a perfect shot to keep the game going for just a bit longer. A clean reaction there, giving the underdog another spark of hope. Boom! He closes it out with a lightning fast reaction to secure the victory. He just looks way too comfortable on this map, practically owning the center every single time. Zeth holds the long-term edge here with a 51% success rate in their head-to-head history. It's a bit surprising considering Omnic seems to be the one with the upper hand in their most recent clash. We'll see if Zeth can get back to those winning ways. Omnic is cruising right now with a 2-1 lead. Zeth is definitely riding some confidence after that high-score victory over Ignis. Zeth has completely flipped the script here, taking full control of the momentum after a shaky start. Omnic barely maintains the lead at 3-2. Zeth has certainly been more productive throughout the day. Omnic is pulling away, extending that lead to 4-2. The higher seed is certainly feeling the pressure right now. He's absolutely on fire right now, scoring 3 in a row to take full command of the server. The higher seed is really starting to sweat. Zeth claims this one from the wine, showing real grit to close the gap. The favorite is looking a bit vulnerable right now. Omnic has a total of 16 wins today, but he's fighting a tough losing record overall. So yeah, the gap in ratings is small enough that the pressure is starting to shift heavily onto Zeth to make a move. That was a brutal exchange, but he manages to come out on top to keep this hot streak alive. The 29 ranked player is really starting to fade in this set. Omnic heads into the break with a solid 8-4 lead. I mean, he's really capitalizing on his momentum. Zeth usually owns the head-to-head, but he's just not finding a way to stop this run right now. Time to see if Zeth wakes up. Omnic is just dominant, staring down a massive 9-4 lead. Hard to believe the lower rated side is putting on this clinic. Unreal, he almost lets it slip, but Omnic manages to scrape through that absolute war of attrition. Quite a shift from their previous meeting on Orange. A completely untouched response there to keep his streak rolling toward the finish line. Zeth puts a stop to that run, finding a clean shot to get back on the board. Zeth is putting up a fight, but he still has a significant climb ahead of him to close this out. What a statement win, putting the pressure squarely on Zeth as we hit this critical juncture. The higher rank is really asserting himself as we close this out. Absolute chaos in the final exchange, but he emerges on top to close out the map. Just a total shutdown here, barely giving him any room to breathe throughout that set. Zeth leads the overall lifetime head-to-head with 57 wins, and he looks confident right now after securing a victory in their most recent meeting. He's definitely carrying that momentum into the early stages of this series. Zeth is moving quick today, just absolutely cutting him down as he tried to push out from that ramp. A deadlock. Ignis has fought back to tie it up. It's wild seeing him hold his own against the betting odds tonight. Zeth is putting on the pressure simply too fast for Ignis to react from the ramp. He's looking every bit the favorite in this series. Ignis just clears that ramp perfectly to bring this series right back to an even split. He's barely holding the lead in their overall ranking. Ignis has a slim edge now, leading 4-3. It's an unexpected swing after Zeth's strong run on red line. And another one. He's just completely taken over the server right now. That's a complete reversal from the result on red line. He is simply outclassing everything right now, extending his streak to 4. Zeth is showing some real grit, putting a stop to that momentum shift immediately. Just a quick flick to clear the air. Ignis is starting to put some serious distance between himself and Zeth now. The favorite is looking really shaky right now. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Everything is going according to plan so far. The top seed is just playing his game and proving why he entered this as the favorite. Time to see a shift in pace. Ignis is really capitalizing on his overall map advantage today, and while the rankings between these two are practically identical, the momentum has completely shifted. I wonder if Zeth can find a way to stabilize his game before the gap gets too wide. Ignis is cruising now, holding a commanding 9-6 lead. He's looking more like the better seed after a rough start to the hour. What a way to respond. He's refusing to go away, shutting that down completely. The higher ranked player is starting to find some footing now. Zeth survives a chaotic scramble to keep this comeback alive, narrowing the gap to just 1. Zeth definitely has the experience to close this gap. Zeth is simply refusing to let his opponent pull away, locking in another huge round to level the series. The momentum is completely shifted in his favor now. Absolute madness. Zeth barely survives that fight, but he manages to dig deep and secure another round. Ignis steps back in control with a clean kill to level everything up. He holds his ground on the ramp to take the lead once again. He really knows how to weather the storm when things get tight. The tension is unbelievable. We've had a complete deadlock for the last several rounds. He's completely shut the door on that momentum, moving within a single round of victory. What an incredible finish! Zeth storms back from the deficit to seal the victory. He really showed a lot of composure there for a second. It looked like the map advantage would hand this to the other side. Hard fought win. What a chaotic opening trade. Ignis barely escapes that encounter to take the first round. Unbelievable. Both players were nearly dead, but Omnic manages to scrape through with the absolute minimum health. It's a tight battle between these two in the rankings. Ignis generally owns the head-to-head matchup, having won over 60% of their lifetime encounters. It's making this early lead for Omnic a bit more surprising given that history. We'll see if Ignis can pull back from the deficit. He is simply untouchable right now, taking the 5th round with an effortless shot. It's a complete reversal from their last meeting. He just refused to go down, surviving that absolute brawl to claw back into this match. A high-pressure fight, but he managed to pull it out. He's showing a lot of heart, securing another round to keep this comeback alive. He's finally playing like the favorite we expected. Total dominance now, as we've hit a dead heat at 4-4. Purely a battle of nerves now that the board is wiped clean. Absolutely brutal exchange. He barely makes it out alive to move ahead by 1. A real nail-biter considering their mirror image ratings on the ladder. What a statement. He just completely neutralized Omnic to bring things level. Both players are walking a razor's edge right now. He's really digging in now, securing another one-sided round before the half wraps up. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, things are moving exactly as the oddsmakers thought they would. Omnic is fighting hard, but Ignis has the upper hand as we switch sides. Time to reset and restart. He's simply not letting up, putting a lot of pressure on his opponent right now. The gap is widening quickly now. He is shutting down any hope of a rally, steadily climbing back into this series. The skill gap is becoming apparent as the momentum shifts. He is absolutely peaking right now, extending his lead to 10 with another near-perfect round. He's on a tear right now, securing 4 straight to put a stranglehold on this game. A complete shutdown of everything Omnic tried to put up. He picks him off the box with a quick burst, putting him just 1 more round from victory. It's a complete mismatch at this stage of the map. A sudden spark of life from Omnic, finally breaking the momentum of his opponent. He manages to secure the kill from the box, keeping the dream alive for now. The underdog is finally refusing to just fade away. He secures another spotless round from the box to keep this rally going. It's getting much more tense for the favorite now. What a scramble! He claws through that exchange with almost no health left to keep the streak going. Hard to believe the odds were so heavily skewed before this. What a way to close it out. Ignis shuts the door on this series with a perfect final shot. Omnic really fought to stay in the game, but he just couldn't find a way to stop that mid-game run from the favorite.